click. What do we have here? The best lore explanation you heard for Flesh Eater Courts is that their Game of Thrones theme song, if the cello was missing a string and the rest were threadbare and fraying. Sure. Flesh Eater Courts. Dren stole this rule from Kragnos called War Master. I mean, good meme, but there's a lot of War Masters in the game. And Kragnos was not the first, as far as I remember. I don't think he was. It's time. Alright. Battle Turrets, Grand Courts. Pick one of the following sub-factions for your army. All Flesh Eater Courts units in your army gain the keyword of the Allegiance abilities for that sub-faction. Anyway, dark mode, please. But then again, this is somebody made this, which was nice of them. Four Grand Courts, huh? Morgaunt Kingdoms. Give one Noble Deeds point to each friendly Morgaunt Flesh Eater Courts hero at the end of the turn if the hero is contesting objective. Oh, the turn. Nice. Not just yours, huh? Blister Skin. Pious Nobility. Friendly Abhorrence. Gain the Priest keyword, but they cannot cast spells and chant prayers in the same hero phase. Okay, no doubling up. They have to either be a priest or a wizard. I mean, I guess they could. They just can't do both in the same turn, which is kind of like not being both. But you could do something cool with that. Halomorni. Grizzly Cavaliers. Add one of the damage characteristic melee weapons used by friendly Halomorn Knights that have made a charge move in the same turn. This ability has no effect on attacks made by mounts. Why not? What's the problem with that? Let the children play. Back blown out for Blister Skin. Used to give +2 army-wide move. Yes, it did. It also gave a teleport or a deep strike or something, if I recall. I think it was a teleport. But that's the 3rd edition tomes, you know. They take a bunch of rules that used to be in the army and just throw them away. And put the complexity in the core instead. Grizzlegore, Savage Strike. At the start of your combat phase, you pick one friendly Grizzlegore monster. Strike first. Your combat phase only. Okay. Not exactly the Grizzlegore terror of the past, but then again, that was a mistake, so you shouldn't be retreading those, right? Which one do I want to play with? I like +1 damage on charging knights. If the knights are good, then Halomorn's good. If you want to play Beast Claw in every army, right? I wonder if the Noble Deeds really... Let's see. To each friendly hero at the end of the turn that is contesting an objective, huh? And it's every turn, not just yours. That's a lot of Noble Deed points, maybe. Although, again, I don't know. How many heroes are you really going to run? 3? Still, those points are good. They do good things, and I haven't even seen all the stuff that they do. Everybody becomes a priest, but they can't become a wizard. This is like, I don't know. It feels like this would net you 1 or 2 priests. I don't know if that's enough for an entire, you know, kind of sub-faction. We'll see if their prayer book is really sick, though, right? And then Monster Mash. I tend not to like the you strike first when you charge stuff too much, but in Monster Mash, I think it makes the most sense. Potentially the full 6 if you're not bringing Ushiran. Yeah, but do you really? Very rare for an army to really want to play 1,000,000 foot heroes. Maybe this one does. In which case I'll, you know, think about it. Sub-factions. Noble degeneration with heroes on objectives. Bilster skin. Hero spam priest, no wizzies allowed. Alamorn Fang. No amount of attacks, Sag. Monster Mash, strike first, one guy only, your turn only, monster only. A little bit of a Tuesday going on. Knight is different than Cav. Philosophically, no. But we are caring about keywords, so I guess I'll type it. Grist L. Gore, at your service. Anti-Shadow Wizard money game. Honkers or knights. Yeah, just your big units that are pretendo knights, you know. That kind of stuff. Which one am I thinking is good right now? I play Beastclaw Raiders that win or lose the game based on how the charge phase goes. And so I like the Mournfang one. Noble Deeds, maybe. Kind of depends. If you really are running 6 foot heroes and your prayers are amazing, maybe Blister Skin. Considering 2 out of the 3 knights in this army aren't mounted. Yeah, they're just like elite. They're pretend knights, right? Where it's like a big guy and it's supposed to be the guy on his horse. Blister Skin is weird. Just takes priests. It creates priests. So like, I don't know. You play a bunch of Vargolfs or something. I don't know who's a wizard and who's a priest right now. And I don't know how good your prayers are. We'll return to it. Chords of Delusion. In the first battle round, after the players have received their starting command points, but before the start of the first turn, you can pick one of the following delusions. This is sick. You choose this very late. That's very good. More of this everywhere in the whole game, please. That's awesome. The Royal Hunt. Add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made by friendly against a monster. Add 1 to run and charge rolls. Do you get run and charge in this army? Defenders of the Realm. Add one to save rolls friendly while they're contesting object. Yep, this is the one. What's exactly the requirement? Contesting an objective that you control. That you control. The best one. There's some run and charge, but it's piecemeal. Okay, so maybe you can build an army with all the run and charge guys, and then Crusading Army is good. I think that's possible. The Grand Tournament. Add one to hit rolls for attacks made with friendly flesh cards. Heroes that are not a general. If they made a charge move, okay. Also on the hit, if they're heroes, non-Jenny, if charging, Tuesday. You have all-out attack. Then, I mean, just because you have all-out attack, it means you get to all-out defense and still get your thing. That's not a downside. Feast Day. Defeating Frenzy. Ability applies to friendly Flesh cards units while they're wholly within 12. Any heroes that have 4 or more instead of 6. Okay. Wind Fury Totem. Triggers on 4 points. Not 6. And an inside-out gen ability. You're glad these are pre-game and not sub-factions with an artifact? Very much so, yeah. Just an interest lore question for anyone who feels like giving an answer. What would the FEC do if the Grand Illusion wore off and they saw what they really were? I think a big part of the Grand Delusion is that it is a delusion, not necessarily an illusion. I think there's a lot of magical control elements to that. And so it's not just they don't know. It's they don't know and they're being like directly affected and controlled and stuff with magic. And so if the illusion wore off in this hypothetical, I think the brain control kind of thing, you know, would also kind of break. And then they would probably just go crazy or something, right? You know, you blink your eyes one time and your whole life is a lie. You know, the computer you're sitting in front of is made out of like intestines and stuff. You thought you were living in a house, but the house is made out of bones, and you've been a cannibal for 30 years. It's probably just kill yourself, right? I imagine that's what happened to them. Or they'd like go nuts and just, I don't know, jump off a cliff or something. Yeah, so like a Thursday. Bone house, good real estate. Hey, you got some tithe to pay, at least. I think I played a VN game about that long time ago. Kind of fucked up. Yeah, Ed Gein style furniture. For those Midwesterners. Noble Deeds. Alright, so these are the ways that you can deed farming. +1 for cast a spell not unbound. +1 pray and God listens. A hero fights after all of its attacks have been resolved. Give the hero a number of noble deeds points equal number of wounds and or mortal wounds caused by the hero in the phase that were allocated to enemy units. Do not count wounds or mortal wounds caused by the hero's mount. Okay. Number of wounds, mortal wounds caused by the hero if you fight. Not necessarily in the combat phase, but whatever phase they're fighting in. I don't know if they have hero phase fighting or not. Where the Flesh Eater Court's praying to? Nagash, he's a god. don't think Ushiran, unless there's a big old lore thing about him being a god. Which there might be. I haven't seen the new Flesh Eater Court lore. Allocated. +1 per damage or mortal wound allocated while fighting, no mounts. And you can have 6 at most, max 6. Another one that could go on the list, if you are more gaunts, is by standing on objectives, which is something you would like to do. And then another inside-out one is the Windfury Totem one for the Del Union. They might worship him as a king. Sure, but can he grant prayers? Is he a true god, or just this is their illusion, right? I would need to see. I would need to look it up in whatever the lore is. It'd be kind of weird for Nagash to answer the prayers, considering he probably hates them. I mean, a lot of gods probably hate their subjects. And yet, you can mechanically pray to them. You know? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Muster Guard. At the end of your movement phase, each friendly courtier can spend 1 to regen. And you can flush out your points if you want, okay? Your movement phase. One per serve, 2 per night? Is that how it works? Yeah. Within 10, not holy. The dreaded holy within language, staying clear of this. Oh, actually it's specifically courtiers, sorry. Specifically courtiers can do this. I don't know if the keywords are going to matter. Might as well type them in. And then summoned, summonees. Also end of movement phase. Abhorrent. They can spend 6. Pick 1 Surfer Knight. Replacement half. Return slain, half strength, Surf/Knight. Ambush style. Table edge. Remaining models which are not set up count as having been slain and can be returned. Okay. The other half chill because you can regen those specifically. Savage the Randy got gifted and he wasn't even here. Hey, please enjoy no ads, I guess, right? So we got mustard regen, summon, summonies, maximum regen. Everybody has a ward of 6 up. The 6 up ward death gets. Got it. They did it. Ahem. What does everyone think? An arachnoid can be 8 legs and 2 arms, or 8 limbs total? The votes are closing soon. 8 limbs total. 8 limbs total. I'm a stickler on this one. But here's the real noodler, okay? Do wings count as limbs? And we'll cut to commercial.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
milk,
chocolate, so you can
pour
big cream.
like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big cream.
Big bar. Big cream. I'm back. They are arms, yes, yes. Well, then how come there's a bunch of insects with 6 legs? And they also have wings. Are all insects arachnids? Or does leg do a lot of heavy lifting and it's actually, doesn't matter how many limbs they have, just the number of legs? You're right. Out of all the death factions, Nighthaunt is the one you like the models of the most. They're the one that probably has the most consistent theme. Maybe to a fault, but they sure do. Ahem. Look at a bat skeleton or something. That's a mammal. Insects are way grosser than mammals. But true. I was thinking more diaphanous kind of stuff, right? Bugs just follow different rules. You got an exoskeleton, maybe? The wings would have to double as legs, wyvern style, or a bat, you know. Wings are not limbs on insects, as they are modified back carapace sections. Alright. I'm gonna believe you. Winged ants are now spiders. They're just like hiding in sheep's clothing. Feeding Frenzy. Your guys are wing fury totems. We already said that up here, right? No, we talked about it. Your heroes. Wait, your double stuffed Oreo heroes are Wind Fury totems. Good. That's great. Who are winged spiders? Are there any winged spiders? Hold up. I don't think there are. But let's find out. There are no winged spiders. Spiders don't fly. Alright, that's what I thought. I like the little pbs.org thing. Spiders don't have wings, but they can fly across entire oceans on long strands of silk. Like that one chick in every 90s anime that cuts people with her hair, you know? Hey, next time you're on a boat, keep your mouth closed. They build giant sails. Yeah, they just float away. Monowire is sick though. I was never a super fan of that type of character, where it's either the chick that can cut people with her hair and make shields or something with it, or it's a puppeteer kind of thing. I never liked that. I get why they did it. Wadafa? I don't know Wadafa. So a spider in Cuba can still murk your ass in New York City? Possibly. What a tale to tell, right? Like Madame Butterfly or the butler from Helsing? Do you mean Alexander Anderson? No. Alexander Anderson was the priest. Who was the butler? What was the butler guy's name? I was about to describe him, but it's original Helsing. And so if you describe any character, it's, you know that tall guy who's like cool with glasses and their limbs are way too long? Oh, wait. Walter, that's it. Yeah, Walter the Butler. Walter C. Dornez. I will not stand for this Milia Rage slander. Everything about Milia is cool except her hair. I said it. Guess your 8-fold watcher conversion should have a total of 8. Yeah. It's in the name. Sarah's Victoria. Best song on the OST Easy. Not what was that weirdo piano thing? Something world, right? Hold up. We're exploring right now. Logos Nakai World, something like that. Right? There we go. Man, nothing makes me think about vampires than this song, am I right? This shit's actually cool. We're booming. Dude, this was fun. Who did this? Speaking of delusions of grandeur. Anyway, this is probably super copyright or whatever, but need the Slayer theme. Can you see the cover? You missed the beginning of the PDF. Why? It's Usharan. This is like somebody like made this. I don't think that's the cover of the book. Oh, maybe you wanted to see the cover of the Battle Tome. Yeah, I don't think they have it, unless that really is it. Just transported me back to 2004. Let's go. Illusions of Grandeur. Heroic actions. Okay, we got special heroic actions. Heroic actions. Let's start the hero phase and carry out from the table below. Instead, rousing oration. Pick one friendly hero. Roll a die for each other friendly FEC unit wholly within 12 of that hero. So for all of your Death Stars, for each 5 up, give one. Oh, you're farming. Okay, straight farm. Got it. got some Farmo. Game ready driver. I would prefer the studio driver. Thanks for telling me. Scent of Blood. On a 3-up, you can make a D6 move with the hero. Oh, destruction move. Alright, you get destruction move. So this is, what do we call this? Rousing oration. I actually, the name of it is funny enough. I don't need to do anything like that. And then you just get destruction move. 3-up. Move these 6 inches. Stay out of combat but closer to an enemy. Oh, that has any wounds allocated to it. Alright. It's a D6. Alright, those are your heroic actions. What do we think of these heroic actions? These are good, right? You want more fun points. This farms your fun points. You want to move in the hero phase? That's always good. Yeah, heroic actions, good. Wounds allocated to it seems a bit much considering it's 3-up, D6 move. If there's no enemy with wounds allocated to it, you can clearly just move wherever you want. And usually enemies don't have wounds allocated to them. They're either dead or alive. I say usually, but that's probably not true. I'll say sometimes or often or something like that. Wounds allocated means you can't use it turn 1? No, just there's no... That's not a requirement. This is part of the effect. Right? As I read it, you know, on a 3-up it works and then you try to satisfy it as much as you can. If there's no wounded enemies, okay, we'll put it this way. I think if there's no wounded enemies, you can still use it, then you can just move however you want. If it turns out that you can't even use the ability unless somebody has wounds on it, then the shit sucks. So I guess we'll have to see. FAQ question. Alright, FAQ question. Can I use this with no wounded enemies? If yes, it's good. If not, it kinda sucks, but you'll still end up using it, probably, right? No blood, no move. The scent of blood is what's motivating the move. From a non-rules perspective, sure. Like that's the lore of it, right? Yeah, man, I never considered that. You guys brought this up, and I didn't even think about that. You wouldn't be able to do this. No lake, no trout. This doesn't need an FAQ. It clearly states must land closer to a wounded enemy. No wounded enemy, no movement. Damn. That's crazy. Because I totally disagree, but everyone thinks the opposite. Have I been playing too much Magic recently? So, you must finish the move more than 3 from all other enemy units. Does this mean that if there are no enemy units on the table, you can't use this ability? Shall we look at another ability in the game that says you have to finish your move outside of 3 from all other enemies? Can you use none of those if you've tabled your opponent, for instance? I think you can. I think you can use those. This is sort of like dividing by 0, right? If there aren't any, then it doesn't seem like it's a limiter. Closer to an enemy unit that has wounds allocated to it. Man, this is a head scratcher. So it can never be triggered on Nighthaunt, OBR, or Starborn Seraphon? No. I don't know. Wait, you can cast spells without targets? How come you can do that? I don't know. I'm trying to think of precedents. You know what I mean? This isn't targeting. I think if it was targeting, you would have a better, like, it'd be a more clear-cut case, you know? Oh, would you be able to trigger it on those armies? They have units that could be wounded. I mean, technically they do, but like, you know, you're playing against an army that has almost all one wound guys, you know? I think that's what they meant. You don't think you can move even if there are wounded enemies? All right, always taking the contrarian point. Oh, because they don't have blood. I keep forgetting about lore, you guys. How can you trigger a unit when the game never starts? Good mean. Anyway, I think this is a good FAQ question because I didn't even think about that until you guys brought it up. I wonder if you can use this thing. Undead monstrosities. A single if could salvage the wording. A lot could salvage a lot of wording, but anyway. Undead monstrosities. When you carry out a monster's rampage. Terrorgeist, zombie dragon. Okay, I was wondering if you got to use zombie dragons still. You still get to pick. I thought maybe it was going to be like zombie dragons are for SBGL and Terrorgeists are for FEC, but no, we're getting both. Monstar Rampage, the arcade game. Speaking of booming video games, alright. Delectable appetizers. Pick one enemy unit that has a wounds characteristic of 2 or less and is within 3. On a 3-up, unit suffers D3. Then, for each mortal wound that was caused to the enemy unit and not negated, the unit heals 1 wound. This wound it heals. Okay. Literally worse than Stomp. Hey, thanks. Awesome. Forget about worse than Roar. We're all the way down to worse than Stomp, huh? Cool. I mean, it's not. I'll talk about the ways that it's not worse than Stomp, right? I mean, it kind of is, though. Like, less chance of working. Hugely smaller target pool. Would you heal like 2 or whatever? That's good. That is good. Look, healing 2 on a monster is good. All that other shit sucks. This is scary. It's scary that you couldn't write something better than Stomp. But, alright. You can use this and Stomp in the same turn? I don't know why you would. Perhaps you would. To me, the hierarchy is like Roar, and then you fall off a cliff, and then there's Stomp, and then you take a few steps downstairs into the basement, and then there's this thing. So I guess if you have 3 monsters and they're all in combat, and 2 of them are in combat with like a hero and you want to double up. No, wait, you can't double up because the hero's gonna have more wounds than 2. Damn, this shit sucks. I'm not saying you'll never choose this. I'm just saying it sucks. You will choose it. but I don't know if you'll be happy about it. Yeah, what about second stop? Blood-curdling shriek. Pick one enemy unit within 3. On a 3-up, subtract 2 from bravery of that enemy unit until the end of the turn. Okay. Look here if something cares about bravery in this book. It's trash. Okay. Your monster rampages are hella shit. That's for sure. But, okay, I guess maybe you're not a monster mash army. A bunch of this other stuff is looking good, though. Like, worse than Stomp, but it could heal. You know, I don't know. Like, the monster rampages other armies get is stuff like fly over chaff screens. Land right next to it here. You know, there's... Everybody has roar. Alright, anyway. Everything doesn't have to be amazing. Maybe it's just your monsters aren't supposed to have, like, crazy good monster rampages. These are free rules, right? Some armies have bad artifacts, but they're still good. Not everything has to be juiced. How are you going to beat Roar? They have done it. They have printed monster rampages that are better than Roar. They've done it once or twice. Roar's pretty good, though. Alright, now we get to command traits and stuff. There are bravery shenanigans, kinda. Not that good, though. Alright. There has to be. They wouldn't print this thing unless there was at least one rule that cared about bravery in the book. It's just usually those abilities aren't good, but, you know, maybe synergy. We'll see. -2 to bravery on monsters that all shut down Inspiring Presence. These guys, these monsters shut down Inspiring Presence. They do that. Every monster does? Oh, spoilers, huh? Okay. How crazy is it that I still don't think that's any good? But we'll get to it. So far, we got sub-factions. I can't speak on these yet until I see all the rules, so we'll wait on the judgment here. Courts of Del Union. The one is great. The one that you will choose, that shit's great. I don't know, man. Maybe this one. We'll have to see. Probably not. Deed farming. Fine. This is great. This is great. 6 of Wards, okay, I guess. Your heroes are Wind Fury totems. That might even be more than good. That's great. It just is. Does it count themselves? Let's check the text. Friendly Flesh Eater Courts units while they're wholly within the hero. Yes. Counts themselves. So works on the hero itself. I think this shit's great. Your heroic actions are good. They do exactly what you want to do. Farm funny points. And may or may not be usable. Depending. But when it is, you sure, move d6. Have fun, right? Monster Rampages, the arcade game. Literal garbage. Can. Command traits. Let's find out. Abhorrent general only. Okay, abhorrent courtier, abhorrent courtier. Okay, so we're moving all these to abhorrents and courtiers. Got it. So these are the abhorrent ones. Shadowy obfuscation. This general is not visible to enemy models, so they're more than 12 away from them. Feverish Scholar. Add 1 to casting rolls, dispelling rolls, unbinding rolls. If this general has 6 noble deed points, add 2. We saw this one. It's situationally comparable. Rerolling both always, no matter what, is probably just better than situational, sometimes +2, but you really do be wanting to spend these, but you spend them in movement. So, you know, the problem is if you start your turn with fewer than 6, the way you pull yourself back up, besides that one hero action, which might do it for you, even though that's only one hero, is by successfully casting and praying. And so by the time, I don't know, in my head I'm thinking about how you play this, and it's like, you're going to have a lot of turns where you start your turn and your wizard has 4, and then you cast your spell, maybe you cast 2 spells, and now that you got to 6 and you qualify for it, you're done casting your spells. I guess that means they're more dispeller or unbinder then, in a sense. I don't know. It honestly is Master of Magic. Set it and forget it. No setup, no requirements, just reroll. But it's not like trash. A lot of times you're like, in the past, we'd be like, Arcane Tome is just better, this is trash. I don't think that's the case with Feverish Scholar. I think Feverish Scholar is a lot closer. Maybe you have some triple caster or foot guy in your army, and then this thing pulls ahead because you can only reroll once. But man, rerolls are really good this season. Like, I'm trying to cast some spell and one of my dice rolls a 1. I would much rather reroll that than have a +2 if I'm going to add stuff to it in this particular season. But then again, seasons are temporary, so anyway, this is going to cause people to like think about it, and that's the level I've stooped to saying that something is good. You at least have to think about it. You can't add stuff to it if you reroll it. I know, but what I'm saying is, oh, you mean not afterwards? I'm sorry, I don't play a spellcaster army. Can you not reroll and then add stuff? No adding dice after rerolls. It's either... Ooh, okay. Alright, strike that from the record book. I don't play a big wizard army. Never mind, Master of Magic sucks. This season. And then Master of the Menageries. When using the Summon Loyal Subjects battle trait, you can pick one friendly FEC monster that's not a hero that has been destroyed instead of Serfs and Knights. Do you cut it in twain? Do you set up half of the monster? Obviously, you allocate half of its wounds to it, or 6 to it, sure. That's funny. Okay, you can summon a dead summon on a monster, and then put 6 wounds on it. And you can do this once per monster. Then you put the biggest bullseye on your general ever, right? Like, when you're pointing at what your general does. And this guy can resurrect all of my monsters at half-life. And opponent's like, noted. That fucking guy has to die before I even attack one monster, right? And then the abhorrent traits, or I mean, artifacts. Are the non-hero monsters worth that? I haven't gotten to them yet. Putting a flying monster back onto the battlefield, even if it's trash, is good. You know? This shit can fly all over the place, and I don't know, use monstrous rampages. Like Roar. I don't know. Resurrecting half of a thing, even a thing that's not good, is good. And I don't know what their war scroll. Maybe the war scroll is good now for once ever. Royal Treasury. Subtract 1 from bravery characters. Gonna be. Ugh. Next. Blood River Chalice. Once per battle in the hero phase, the bearer can use this artifact. If they do so, hey, you don't roll. They're learning. Once per battle in your hero phase, you don't roll a die and nothing happens. That's cool. Heal 2d3. No rolling. Wow. Heart of the Gargant. Once per battle, at the start of the combat phase, bear can use this. Add 1 to attacks characteristics by them and their mount. Holy. It's still not great? No, it's not. The combat phase. I'm going to say that these traits are nice. The artifacts, kind of meh, though. Lends itself to, like, alpha strikes and combos and, you know, doing that kind of thing. Like playing the game well. And now what about the court heirs? Actually, coat tiers. Spelled wrong. Stronger in madness. Add 2 to the wounds. Well, it has 6 noble deeds. They have a ward of 5 up. Interesting. Okay. Well, you have max points, 5 aboard, hell yeah, brother. It kind of makes you never want to use any of your funny points, because you always want the 5 aboard. So there's a little bit of friction there. Cruel Taskmaster. If this general uses the muster guard ability to return models, reduce the number of deeds the cost for each return model by 1. Or if the cost is already 1, you can bring back 1 additional model instead. Alright. Muster Master. Alright. You get 1 point night regen, I guess, plus 1 surf per use also. Good. Like, actually good. This one's a good one. Savage Beyond Reason. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with a melee weapon by this general is 6, 2 hits, 6 noble deeds, 3 hits. And the artifacts. It's not a bat, it's a Terrorgeist. No, this is for courtiers. I don't think there are courtiers on Terrorgeist, but I haven't seen the War Scrolls yet. Medal of Madness. Once per battle, the bearer can issue a command without a command point being spent, and they are treated as if they were the general when they do so. It's trash. Bro, like, Beastclaw Raiders has one that does this, and I actually have to use it. I'm sorry for your loss. BCR ass, once per game, plus 1 command point ass artifact. The Flayed Pennant. You can reroll charge rolls friendly. Well, there. This is actually a Beastclaw Raider on the War Scroll, like Stonehorn ability. What's happening? I'm sorry, Flesh Eater Courts. You don't deserve this. Sorry. I'm sorry you got that. Bear gains the priest keyword. Priest one's good. Death wants more pillaging ogre rules. I wish they wouldn't, because these aren't great. Anyway, yeah, free priest, you're in. You're fucking in. Doesn't matter that these suck. You get a priest. That's awesome. That's a great artifact. Unironically great artifacts and traits. We got I don't know how great any of these are, but okay, and these aren't that great either. Why did I think these were good? Oh, because the courtiers are good. Yeah. Muster, great. Priest, great. Your monster, you don't want that thing to be a general, right? First death priest ever. No, Nagash technically had the priest keyword before. Also, there used to be Tomb Kings in the game before they put them in the other game. And then those had priests. Ahem. Command traits. 2 are good. Both courtier. So you use those. I mean, that's it. That's, yeah. You use 2 of them. You have 2 good ones. So you use those. After the book comes out, when you're building armies, you just won't even consider all the other trash. In there, you'll just write down priest, and you'll write down muster master or whatever. The master of mustard. And you'll be pleased, because those are good. Options are overrated, apparently. Apparently doing a good job on the rest of them was optional as well. Lore of Madness. Spells and prayers. Spells. Lore of Madness. Oh wait, no one's gonna get that because that's like legacy Magic player 15 years ago shit. Who cares? So is there more than one lore? No, there's just one lore, so I don't even need to bother. Miasmal Shroud. Is a spell that has casting value of 6, range of 18. So as we pass, pick one enemy unit within range, invisible, then roll 6 dice. If 2 or more dice share the same value, fuck you. I already randomly decided if the spell worked, and my opponent tried to randomly stop me. So I've jumped through 2 flaming hoops. Fuck you. I don't want to jump through a 3rd flaming hoop, but this is the world that we live in. Fine. If 2 or more dice have the same value, the unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Fucking amazing. Holy shit. If 3 or more dice have the same value, subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks made by the unit until your next hero phase. In addition to the previous effect. Okay, so this is, what is this, a buff spell? Or like a debuff spell? I want to debuff the enemy. And so I roll to see if it works, and then my opponent rolls to see if it stops me, and then I roll to see if it works a 3rd time. And maybe it maybe it is a debuff. Or it does 1 mortal wound to them, and I'm like, why did I take this spell? If 4 more dice share the same value, which is very unlikely on 6 dice, by the way. Subtract 1 from wound rolls for attacks made by the unit until your next hero phase, in addition. If the casting roll was 10 or more, roll 8 dice and... Sure. Yeah. Good. I need to have like a casino slot machine button that pops up on the screen with like some 90-year-old woman on an oxygen mask taking it off to smoke a cigarette, pulling the what is that thing called? I think it's called pulling the hammer on a slot machine. Each effect can only be triggered once, even if there are more than 1 set of dice with the same value. I like how they added that, because they're like, well, if 4 share the same dice value, then technically that's a bunch of iterations of 2 or more, so can I do more mortal wounds then? Alright. Alright, everything wrong with GW rules in one spell. We crystallized it. It's perfect. It's the perfect example of why the rules for this game are still terrible. Alright, Deranged Transformation. Is a spell that has casting value of 6, range of 24. Hey, that's a long range. It's the Lore of Madness, because you would have to be mad to have written something this trash. Because it makes you mad when you read it. That's why it's the Lore of Madness. The player is supposed to get upset. Anyway, good range on this one though. Pick 1 friendly Flesh Eater Courts unit wholly within range, invisible, that has a wounds characteristic of 7 or less. Okay. No monsters allowed. So your next hero phase. +2 move. +1 to wound rolls. If the casting roll is 10 or more, you can pick up to 3 different friendly units instead of 1. Notice they're using the different language here. We had that rules discussion last time. So +2 move, +1 to wound rolls. That sounds like a buff spell. Just no monsters. Hey, one moment. If you take Stronger in Madness, does that mean like he can no longer be targeted by this spell because he's too huge? He's too big to be the target? I don't know what the wounds end up being actually, but yeah, too chonky. It's great. It's a great spell. Crimson Victuals. If a spell has a casting value of 18, pick one enemy unit within range and a friendly Flesh Eater Quartz that has a wounds characteristic of 1 and is within 6 of that enemy unit. Okay, so the Monster Mash is just not allowed to cast spells then. Cool. I guess you could cast Miasmal Shroud. And is within 6 of that enemy unit. Okay, so... Jeez, on a Tuesday. Holy shit. So you have a range of 18. It's not holy though. Okay, so range of 18. You pick an enemy in 18 and a friendly that is within 6 of that. And then the enemy suffers D3. And then for each mortal wound that was caused by 1, Slurp Juice goes to the other one. And it resurrects a slain model. And it has to be wounds characteristic 1, so no knights. And then if the casting roll is 10 or more, it's 2d3 instead of 1d3. This is like an example of a spell where you're like, man, what if there was like a slurp spell where you steal their vital energy and then you regen your own guys? And like, oh, that kind of sounds nice. And then they write like the first version of it and it's kind of awful and it needs a second revision, but they just like print the book. And that's Crimson Victuals. Okay, one good spell. Others insulting, actually. But who cares? You'll use one. You'll use one spell. And then maybe the seasonal spells or something. I'm seeing like a pattern, you know? You're gonna use 2 of these. So 2 of them are good, and then we didn't give a fuck for the rest of them. And you're gonna use 1 spell. So 1's good, and we didn't give a fuck about the rest of them. Alright, bare minimum, that's fine. And they used to have 6, you reduced it to 3, and it's still like this? Okay. Strong thing here is actually the Mortal Wounds giving you a way to farm Noble Deeds. I thought that was fighting only. I thought that was only fighting. Was that also abilities as well? Each time a friendly FEC hero fights. Yeah, it's not spells. So no farming with spell. No synergy allowed. Anyway, if the prayers are good, then the one thing is good. Remember up here? The thing that makes all your guys priests, the subfaction, Blister Skin. I'm kind of like excited to read the prayers, because if the prayers are good, then the subfaction, like there's a lot, it's a load-bearing prayer book. If that shit's good, then, you know, and a whole subfaction is playable, which is nice. They went through the trouble of making a subfaction about priests, and so it would be insane if these were bad. Bless this meal. Fun. Answer value of 3, range of 18. Pick one enemy within range invisible each time a model from the enemy unit is slain. And heal a wound allocated to a friendly FEC unit that is within 6 of that enemy unit. Okay, kind of awkward. Personally, I would like buffs that help me succeed rather than don't do anything unless I succeed. You know what I mean? In general. This is sort of like we have vampires at home, I guess. I can see the vision, but it's clunky. I keep thinking that reading through this book. Is the duration for that prayer, or is it until the end of battle? I'm assuming that whoever transcribed this was paraphrasing, and then it doesn't last forever. But here, I'll write an FAQ anyway. This doesn't last forever, does it? The Summer King's Heywoah is a prayer that has an answer value of 3, range of 18. Pick a friendly FEC hero wholly within range invisible. Hero gains 1 additional noble deeds point each time they slay an enemy model. Okay. Okay, and this could be a, you know, this could be like a monster or something. Does let spells give noble deed points? Pushes up glasses. Oh, does it? This says additional noble deeds points. Doesn't that imply that if they weren't going to get one already, then this wouldn't even trigger? It only triggers if they were going to get any? Anyway, spells give 1, so. But this one cares about slaying. I'm just being difficult. This shit's annoying though. Zero plus 1 is 1. True, if you have the opportunity, right? If it's an equation. Anyway, the third one, carnal conviction. Does a wizard count as a slayer if the spell is what kills something? If the rules are written in a way that cause it to be, yes. There are examples in the game where it's like, mortal wounds caused by a hero or something, like those spells do count then. It depends on how it's worded, you know. Is a prayer that has an answer value of 3 and a range of 18. If answered, pick one friendly FEC unit wholly within range visible. 5 up ward. Oh. The one they wrote for people to play the game with. Okay. What is it? Conviction? One good lore spell, one good prayer. Yeah. Sir, we got one last prayer to make. And there's a note attached to the prayers that we have to write. Make one good. What do we do? Just give him a fucking 5-up ward. Who gives a shit? Players love 5-up wards. Just give him a 5-up ward. Alright. Players do be loving those 5-up wards, unless they play against them. Anyway, mount traits. Is it really so hard to make 3 choices? Like, I just finished making 35 custom Magic the Gathering Commander cards. And it took me combined probably 4 days to do that. Now, I was writing with some stipulations. Is it really so hard to make 3 choices that are, like, even possible to play in the game? I don't know. Is it that hard? This is why people go a little bit of crazy and they think conspiracy stuff, you know? You know, they're like, they're not supposed to be good, you know? Their job description is not to write it's to make these ones good and these ones bad on purpose or something. Because no one can fathom that it would be an earnest, you know, attempt or like an accident or something like that. I don't know. Then again, some CEDH player could go through all of my custom cards and say that they're all shit. You know, and they wouldn't be wrong. They're commanders that cost 7. That's bad. Just intrinsically, that's bad. Now, I started the show saying that the whole point of these is that they are going to be expensive. And they're supposed to be played against each other, you know. I wasn't designing them to be CEDH powerful. But it could be a criticism, I guess, anyway. None of them make you better at casting Thoracle. I mean, some of them are in Thoracle colors, technically. But none of them cost 2 and draw you a card somehow. So yeah, they're not, like, actually good. Mount traits. Improve the rend characteristic of Pestilential Breath by 1. Probably bad. War Scroll lookup. If it's some one attack having, you know, stupid ass breath weapon, it probably sucks. But I don't know, maybe it's good. We'll look at the War Scroll, we'll come back here, right? I guess if you know everyone is taking the 5-up board, you can bounce around always having a 5-up board. Sure. Do they? Does it seem like they are? Consider the books that came out this year. Does it seem like they are? Death from the Skies. Actually, kind of they are. Every book that came out this year has 5-up boards in it, right? That's just what we give everyone. Death from the Skies. Instead of setting up this unit on the battlefield, you can place it to one side, say that it is soaring in the skies in reserve. Hey, they had this before. First movement phase. First turn deep strike. And it's a true deep strike, not an ambush. Alright. Venerated Zombie Dragon. Add 1 to hit rolls for friendly FEC monsters while they are wholly within 12 of this unit. Oh, +1 to hit, sure. Probably take that one. We got another. 2 of these require lookups. If you get charge bonuses somehow, and I'm not just talking about the +1 that we saw already, I'm talking like a really important one, then this is like a entire army strategy build around me thing. Otherwise, kind of not. Oh wait, that's zombie dragons. Hold up. Zombo and Terra. Give me these, thank you. Add 1 to the task characteristic of this unit's Fanged Mar. Rest in Peace Fun, 2nd edition to 2nd edition. +1 attacks. Royal Blood ability heals 2d3 instead of d3. Can't imagine that's good. Can retreat and still charge? That's good. Okay, mount traits. These might be something. I need to look elsewhere. We need to come back to this. These might be something. This one attacks more. Yeah. Just 1 attack on breath? Okay, then it is trash. Grand stratagems and battle tactics. The things that sadly largely determine whether your army is good or not. This shit sucks. When the battle ends, you can play this grand strategy if there are at least 3 friendly FEC heroes on the battlefield that each have 6 noble deed points. Okay. Probably not. Unless you win real hard, which is grand strategies might as well be called win more. Free points if you won easily. When the battle ends, you can believe this grand strategy of a friendly abhorrent is wholly within enemy territory and the enemy general is not wholly within enemy territory. I feel like your centerpiece monster usually dies. Defend the throne. When the battle ends, you can believe this grand strategy of a friendly charnel throne is on the battlefield. It is garrisoned, and there are no enemies within 6 of it. Oh yeah, just put it in the corner of the battlefield. You win. Good game. I suppose it means 1 of your heroes is like far away from everything, right? Alright, grand strats. Awesome. There are smaller abhorrents. Oh, I was thinking huge. Maybe not. There are smaller abhorrents, just not monsters. Okay. I'll see that when we get to the War Scrolls. Ahem. Battle tactics. Pick an enemy. Kill it. Wait. Made by a missile weapon used by a crypt flayer, crypt inhernial courtier, or royal hello geist. So you gotta fucking honk somebody, the huge honk. You gotta honk someone off the table. Screamed to death, literally. Alright, honked to death. Kill a unit by honking at them. Valiant slaying. Pick a monster. Kill it. Kill one monster. With abhorrent. Overrun. If every unit on the battlefield is within 3 of a friendly Flesh Records unit at the end of turn. Oh, okay. Alright, Stolen ogre tactic in combat. Except they didn't... It's the unfixed version, and so it's end of turn instead of start of combat phase. I should note that. The ogre one is better. Well, as printed, the ogre one isn't, but they fixed the ogre one, and I imagine they're going to fix this one. Alright, I have my guys. Hey, we fight. I won the fight. You lost the battle tactic. You succeeded, and you shall be punished. Win too hard, lose. Alright. It's actually inside out. It's actually all enemies in combat, not all Flesh Eater Court. So it's not really stolen. We'll say inspired by. Is this book a WoW killer or a Halo killer? I haven't looked at any of the War Scrolls yet, and I'm only kind of going into battle tactics right now, but it seems like one of those books where the playable stuff is actually quite fun. It's just their job was to make 20 things that you as the player can be creative, and I'm going to play with Legos and figure out stuff. But actually, they made 2 things. And everything else is like sewage. But that's kind of like 3rd edition books. And to a large degree, a lot of books in all of AOS. So, should I really complain about this still? Yes. Yeah, I think I should. Their shit costs enough that we should never have to deal with anything close to this. Ever. Anyway, you complete this battle tactic if every friendly unit on the battlefield is wholly within 12 of an FEC hero that has 6 deeds. Wait. Every friendly unit on the battlefield is wholly within 12 of one hero. Lance formation. You complete this battle tactic if 2 or more friendly knights made a charge move. And the charge rolls of each of those was... Oh, I got a 6. You lose the game. Okay. Look, when 4th edition comes out, And Flesh Eater Courts have to play with this shit for the next 4 years. When 4th edition is printed and battle tactics as an idea is accepted that it's just a failure and no one uses them anymore, you won't have to worry about this, right? It's fine. Next edition will come out and they'll be like, we officially apologize for battle tactics as a whole. Don't use them anymore. And there you go. And you don't have to worry about any of this stuff. It'll be fine. Knights. I was wondering whether I should. I think I'm gonna reanimate. In fairness, I'm going to pretend they meant A as in any. Let's pretend that. You know? Not like everybody's within 12 of a singular hero, this guy, and 2,000 points are enshrining him, you know? I'm assuming they mean, like, as long as there's a hero near all the, you know... Surely that's what they mean. I'm being a little careless here. Does it say successful charge or just made a charge? It says charge move, which implies a successful charge. Yeah. So if you fail the charge, you lose, arguably, the game. And if you pass the charge but not by enough, you maybe lose the game as well. Kind of depends. And you're on the night plan. Yeah, Glorious Feast, to me, even the fixed version, it's one of those late game choices where you don't have a lot of guys left. But also, late game is when you really do want to spread out and slurp up every last, like, board positional kind of point. So, but then again, maybe you have that. Maybe you consider that going into it. It's a roll, not an unmodified, so you might be able to juice it up. Yeah, I suppose. And, you know, a lot of these are random. They're just hidden. They're like, it's random in a way that players are somehow okay with, right? The one that says kill a unit, that's random. You could just roll bad and fail that one, right? So why does it feel so bad when this thing is out, you know? I've charged Stonehorns into combat and missed literally every attack and done 0. Actually happens more often than you might think. It happens semi-regularly, in fact. And so the kill a unit ones, everybody says those are automatic, but they're not. I guess the single dice roll thing, maybe that's why. It's like it feels worse. They give me the Mighty Duck formation. And the Ties of Chivalry. Pick one objective that your opponent controls. You complete this battle tract. You control it. 1 serf, 1 knight, 1 courtier. Okay. Cute, but annoying. Spelled Neapolitan wrong. Yeah, it's Neapolitan. Control a point with Neapolitan units holding hands. Surf is a leash kid. You've had a unit of Chaos Warriors fail to kill even 1 clan red in combat. Don't underestimate how badly you can roll. Or your opponent, for that matter. These seem annoying. Random, not fun. But that's what BTs are. That's how I would describe battle tactics, just period. Annoying, random, not fun. And they force your games to be very samey almost no matter who you're playing, which is annoying. If it's in southern Italy, it's Neapolitan. Yeah, good one. I would have also accepted France for a Napoleon kind of play on words, but good one anyway. War Scrolls, all right. The chair. The fuck does the chair do? It used to be free summoning a million years ago. What does the chair do? Defensible. Alright, you put somebody on the chair. Ghoulish landmark. While an enemy unit is within 12, it cannot be affected by any abilities that allow units to ignore battle shock tests. So while your enemy is within 12 of this landmark, they have to care about battle shock. Maybe. I mean, if they get hit. Damn, you know, to me, ignoring battle shock is the kind of offensive ability that I really want to take and bring to the enemy. I want to push it towards them instead of have it be stationary and require them to come to me. But be that as it may, making people take battle shock tests is conceivably good. It's better to just kill them, as always. No battle shock arena within 12 arena for opponent arenas. Nor ignore Reno. Does this affect OBR potentially? I'm so glad you asked. I have a screen for this.
We take a look at the tail of the tape.
Some of them may be involved with exotic stuff, like dark matter.
An ABC News Brief brought to you by Michelob Light Beer. Now from Washington, Sandra Van Oker.
Let's check the tapes, shall we? Do not take battle shock tests for friendly Oziark Bone Reaper units. It's not auto pass. But also, it doesn't ignore them. It just doesn't take the test. You know?
Stop it. Get some help.
No, think about it. You're not ignoring it. You're listening. You just don't take the test. You just don't do it. Does that count as ignoring? All right. I know what the answer is, but FAQ. Because somebody's going to, right? Is not taking the same as, quote, ignoring? It doesn't ignore it. I don't see the word ignore anywhere here. I just see don't take it. Here's a quarter, kid. Go buy some gum. Can I open up the core book real quick for a secondary? Remind me, please. After one day. Also, this is an old rule book. New rule book. Okay. Does Inspiring Presence say ignore? Because if it does, we have some ammunition. If it doesn't, then it's clearly the meme that I intended it to be. Alright. Inspiring presence. Nope. Not here. Why would inspiring presence be in the rules index? Why would they put that there? Why would you put inspiring presence in the rules index? Not like it's a rule. Alright. Command points. Issuing commands. Hero phase. Something, this would be in the Battle Shock phase. We'll scroll down to that. Terrain, flying, shooting phase, charge moves. Strike first, strike last. We're getting there. I know where it is. What was that fucking... Doesn't matter where it is, I know where it will be. Alright. You can use the command ability start of the unit that receives the command. It does not have to take Battle Shock tests. 15.3, my dudes. So. Ignore is not a rules word. Ignore is a colloquial term, a conversational term, without a rules definition. This should read, units that do not take Battle Shock tests must take it, or so there's no such thing as ignore. Ignore is an English word. Lots of English words, like move, some of them are like rules meaning, and some of them kind of like if you're teleporting a guy, he's moving, right, through three-dimensional space. But that's not like a move, you know, so anyway. Ignore is not a rules word. Everyone knows what this means. We're just being silly. Units cannot benefit from abilities that cause them not to take Battle Shock tests. Yeah, that would work. Or units must take Battle Shock tests even if they would not take them, or some such, you know, something like that. Enemy units don't have to take Battle Shock tests. Or, you know what you could do? You could say the Inspiring Presence ability and the OBR, you know, whatever the abilities are called, just say those abilities don't work within 12. Those abilities do not function, and just list the abilities. But then again, that's a little specific, right? At the start of your hero phase, add D3 Noble Deeds points to any friendly hero that is garrisoning. Okay, garrison. Person inside gets D3 points. Start of your hero phase. Your hero phase. Or make a generic core rule keyword for unbattle shockable and define it there. Yeah, you could do a lot of stuff. Stalwart. Yeah, you could flavor it up, have it be called something cool, you know. Open Fourth, they introduce keywords like in Magic. It doesn't have to be full Magic. You know, Magic has essentially 2 rules. Documents. What everyone basically uses, and then a 300-page arcane tome that wizards page through next to their familiars to tell the difference between how something basically works and how something exactly works, you know. But putting stuff there is useful. That's good. It means that it means that almost nothing ends up breaking Magic. There's always an answer, and usually it makes sense internally. You might not know how to do something, but you'll look it up and you're like, well, okay, that's what happens. At least there's that. You almost never find a rules question in Magic, and the answer is, who the fuck knows? They were overworked, and you just have to assume stuff and start writing fan fiction to figure out how the rules work. You don't have to do that. It might be tricky to parse out how something works, but there is always an answer. And then GW is just the opposite. You're supposed to read their mind and figure it out. And there's a lot of like, well, what did they intend? In Magic, it doesn't matter at all what they intended. A rule is a rule is a rule. It says so right here. That's what the words mean. This is what it does. Gives a shit what they intended. What did they write? You know, it's refreshing. Anyway. Yeah, you need a horoscope to divine the meaning of the rules. It came to me in a dream. The rules writer intended for this because of this and that. And, oh, did he intend that? Damn, that's crazy. Why didn't he write that? Anyway, Usharan. 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 Actually, you know, I'll make some space here for the units. Usharan. We need Chihaya Mifune. It'd be so cool to have 4.0 come out and just be someone's thesis on how Magic rulemaking is good, actually. 4.0 comes out, and there's like a 20-page document that's how to play the game, and then a 400-page reference document for how to solve any conceivable situation no matter what. And whatever type of person you are, you can use one or the other, but the 400-page one is always there to solve any rules question ever. And they will have an answer. Ain't nobody gonna read through the whole thing, but they will reference it and find an answer to their question, and that's nice. Anyway, he has 460 points. Apparently they're gonna put the points on these, so we can't play the normal game. We can't play the game of me guessing the points, but that game sucks anyway. Let's be honest, it takes forever. 16 wounds, 10-inch move, that's not fast, but then again, he's a big pie plate, non-flying centerpiece guy. 4-up save, yeah, he looks like he has a 4-up save, and that's just about how they do it, I think. This is Mini-X proposal, except the 400-page document says how wizards work. Yeah, it should. That is necessary rules text. You have to define your terms. Bro, defining your terms is step one. And then everybody knows what we're talking about. A lot of arguments might not even happen if you both figure out exactly what you're talking about and how you define things. Just got here, FEC looking fun. Yes. We've done a lot of memeing on the book because there's a lot of shit in the book that is deserving of ridicule, like rules-wise, but you probably won't care. Because at the end of the day, you choose one trait and one artifact, and there's one good trait and one good artifact, so who gives a fuck if the rest suck? There's one good spell, and it's a fun spell that's good, so you take it. The other ones, they didn't spend any time writing them. But that doesn't matter, because you're going to take a wizard, they're going to have a cool spell, maybe you'll use a seasonal one, it's fine, you know. There's one good sub-faction, there's one good prayer, you know, all through the rest. We made fun of them a little bit on account of laziness, or whatever excuse you want to give for doing like a third of your job. But the 1 out of 3 good things in every category, awesome, actually. So, you know, who cares, right? No big deal. Don't be a negative Nancy, right? In the spirit of FEC, some rules are raw and needed time to cook. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say they rushed this out, because we are 3 calendar years into the addition of 3rd, and at this moment right now, right before 4th, they finally get what will very soon be last edition's rules. So using a word like rush it out feels weird, but yeah. Some of these abilities needed a second pass, or maybe a test or something, or a rewrite. Anyway. Three attacks, D3 plus 3, big damage. 3s and 2s. So this guy, kind of like Kragnos, in that when you attack, when you all-out attack, my man's on 2s and 2s, Ren 2, D3 plus 3. 3 attacks, good range, monstrous claws and fangs. Probably 10 of them, right? Yeah, 10, 6, 4. He charts kinda... He charts all okay. 3s and 3s, -1, 2. Alright. He's gonna do... Honestly, he's probably gonna do similar to Frostlord damage if you ignore the impact hits. Everything's a Frostlord to me, so, you know, chill. Is there a chart step missing? Pay no attention. Probably 8 through 9. Here, let's see if we can figure this out. 8 and 9, 8 monstrous claws, and 24-inch epicenter. Do you agree? Now, this could have been transcribed wrong. Maybe it's right in the book and the person who put all this together did it wrong, you know? Maybe it's a typo there. No? It's just 8 through 11? Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe that's the typo. It could be the content person who put all this together, which was nice of them. They might have performed a typo. Literally more likely that GW did, which is crazy. Whatever. Double caster. Double unbinder. There's 4 steps in the AOS Coach War Scroll. Okay. So, some amount of charting is happening. This is an extra 10 to 4? Yikes. And the epicentry of delusion. War Master. It is the general no matter what, for sure. If this unit is part of the FEC army, if your hero in your hero phase, pick 1 delusion from the Courts of Delusion battle trait. During next hero phase, delusion applies to friendly FEC units while they're wholly within epicenter range, in addition to the delusion you picked before the start. Hold up. Okay, damn. 3 big hits, right? Kind of sad chart, but at least doesn't get slower, right? That's what we like. Alright, as I read this, you can pick the same delusion you already have. So you double deludes. If this is intended, that's cool and fun. If it's a mistake and you have to pick a different one, I actually get much less excited about it. Yeah, +2 save. Let's go. +2 run and charge. Now we're getting into the, like, if the unit has run and charge, you're moving 4 extra inches, kind of, man, +2 to charge, pretty good. What other fun can we have? What other fun do we get to have here? +2 to wound monsters? Fucking no. +2 run and charge, awesome. +2 save rolls, let's fucking go. It's this one, right? +2 to hit heroes, nah, if you and then this one doesn't do anything if you double up on it. Okay, so obviously the best one is the one that's double upable. It's cool that, okay, you look at your opponent's army, and they don't have any Ren 2. So you take this one once, and then maybe Wind Fury Totem, and you're just kind of cool. I don't know. You could potentially mix and match these, maybe. I think you could mix and match some of these, instead of just doubling up on the save one, or whichever one you happen to choose. Let's see if there's any... Is there any specific language up here that would stop us from having fun? And 1 to wound rolls for attacks made. Yeah, okay. You're just adding. You're already adding. That's fine. +2 to save rolls. This is just math. This one doesn't do anything when you double up on it, because it sets it to 4. It doesn't reduce it. If it reduced the number of points you needed by 2, then you could double it up, but it sets it to 4, so no fun allowed on that one. That's too bad. The Carrion King. Well, this unit has 6 noble deeds. Friendly fleshy to courts units are affected by Feeding Frenzy. They're wholly within 24 of this unit instead of 12. I don't know, why not have it be the epicenter of delusion number? You already put that one up there, you know? Then they would only have to remember one number for all his abilities. I mean, it's still fine. And 24 is better than him being wounded, right? So I'm just trying to think about the pace of play and remembering stuff. Keep in mind he's on the big old pie plate too, so... You know, I'm a little sad about the Carrion King. I wish this said... I wish this, like, said when he gets Feeding Frenzy. Because this is a little awkward. If you choose Epicenter, and you choose the one that gives you the bonus if you have 4 instead of 6, the Carrion King ability doesn't trigger with that. It's only if you actually have 6. So it kind of steps on the delusion thing. You know? I kind of wish it would say something like, if you are projecting Feeding Frenzy at all, or something like that. Because now this one kind of doesn't work with the other thing. A little bit of a non-bow, a little awkwardness here. And, I mean, probably no one's going to take that delusion anyway, but still. Yeah, does 4 equal 6? The next FAQ. Shroud Kage Fragment. At the start of the combat phase, subtract 1 from the bravery character, then roll 2d6 for each enemy unit, then 1. The result is higher than bravery. The strike last applies. Okay, so here's where, this is why -1 enemy brave. When do you do this? Start of the combat phase. Start of each combat. 2d6. Units within 1 inch. Damn, really, really short. Higher than. Higher than. Not higher than or equal to. Strike last. Okay. Strike last effect applies to that unit until the end of the phase. Right? So if you're bravery bombing, then everybody is fighting last against specifically this guy. If they're in direct melee combat with him. Even on your opponent's turn, although in general a savvy opponent, unless he's just in the middle of an empty field, will pile in and then use their 2-inch range weapons to hit him or something like that. But you know, it's fine to give your opponent a little play there. Maybe there's nothing to pile into and they end up charging him and they have to strike last or something, right? Also, 2d6 higher than hero bravery is still probably not gonna happen, but okay. Guess he can use the bravery rampages himself. He is a monster. I mean, we knew that he was a monster, but it's nice to see. He can't do the -2 himself. He can't do the -2 one. Technically, he can do the rampage, but I wouldn't. There are rampages in the game that make people strike last, just straight up, instead of jump through a few hoops to do it. Oh, Rampag, that's right. It's only Velocita and Tagorkaja. He doesn't have it. Alright. Never mind. He can't do the thing that's just worse than Roar. Never mind. The King's Chalice. War to 5 up. We love 5 up wards. We actually do, because he has a 4 up save, and this motherfucker better have a 5 up ward. And he does. That's good. In addition, in your hero phase, you can heal up to 2d3. Just, alright. Your hero phase. Heal 2d3. You'll love to see it. Possibly even heroic healing if you really need to. Glimpse of Delusion. Casting value 7, range of 18. One enemy model within range is visible. Pick one melee weapon that enemy model is armed with, and pick one other enemy unit within range of that weapon. That enemy model immediately makes combat attacks with that weapon targeting the other enemy unit. They stole the Khorne Wrathmongelers, absolutely seething. Not only, so this isn't like an ogre rule where they stole our rule and it's just better or something. It's not like, okay, it's not stealing with the ogre rule. It's piracy. We keep our rule. Other people just get it for free or better. This is a true theft because Wrathmongelers lost it. They don't have it. And then they gave it to this guy. Khorne players malding. Wrathmongeler ability stolen. Cast 7, 18 inches. Within range of that weapon, okay. Okay, it says pick one other enemy unit. Do you mean different? Oh well. Oh well. So memery aside, a lot of times your opponents aren't going to be able to do this. They'll have no choice. But sometimes a savvy opponent will just get you and you won't be able to do the fun thing. But that means they'll be playing in a way, probably, that causes them some amount of disadvantage. Either phantom or real. they would rather move in a different way, but because you have this thing, they're doing something else. And sometimes there's value in things like that. You missed that rule like you have no idea. You know how many times in first edition my Frost Lords just straight, like, killed themselves or somebody else? You could attack yourself with that rule if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was just enemies. It's been too many years. I was also sad when they lost it, because even though I got shreked by it a lot, it was sweet. It was fun. And it's like playing clones in your EDH deck. It just scales with the power level of what other people are playing. Right? Look, if you didn't want to play underneath a Void Winnower, then don't put that shit in your deck, because I just briberied it, you know? You only have yourself to blame. If your entire deck is Enter the Battlefield triggers, and you have the Elesh Norn that stops opponents from doing it, and I body double it in the graveyard, and your entire deck shuts off, hey, you put it in there. Maybe don't play a Silver Bullet against your own deck that literally you can't stop, because all of your interaction is ETB creatures. Oh no. You know. It's not going to matter a lot, but it is something to think about. I just did a Magic reference for those who don't play it. Long story short, your weapons can be turned against you, and you should consider that when suiting up. It's comically easy to avoid if you are the opposing player. Yeah, I tried to put a spin on it, but it fell flat, to be honest. This big bitch is cool. Nice stolen rule, asshole. Hey, you show ran your guys more than 3 inches away from each other. Am I right? Poof. If you're anyone but Eris, you stole my bit. Anyway, bathroom break over. I was just thinking during my break that this kind of thing happens a lot in AOS. This kind of thing. Where you have a trick. And since there's no hidden information in Age of Sigmar, the trick is for all to see. You know, it's out in the open. And the only way the opponent can fall for the trick is if they forget about the trick. But commonly, the etiquette is, at least this is how I play, and so maybe it's my fault for trying to be nice. Or to be a sporting chap, as they say. Is when my opponent is currently doing something that would cause them to fall into a trick or a trap that isn't hidden, and they probably just forgot about my rule, I'll be like, are you intending to pile that guy in, whatever, within 6 of those Yetis or something? Or are you intending to pull that thing into combat as well over there? Or is it your intent to be within 9 here? Or something like that. And then the opponent's like, oh no. And then you never use the rule. Like, you don't do it. You don't ever get to do the thing, usually. And so this one maybe kind of feels like that a little bit. That if you're trying to be a sporting chap, and you're like, are those 2 units going to be 3 next to each other? And the opponent's like, ooh, that's right. No. And so you probably, like, never get to use this thing. And it feels bad as the player who controls the tricky thing, that, like, the sportsmanship play ruins your own fun and essentially erases an ability that you otherwise would have on your stuff. And the only time you ever get to do this is if, you know, on the off chance that they're just screwed. Like, they have no choice but to, yeah, I'm gonna take the thing, but I have to. And that's so much more common, or that's so much less common than opponent just forgetting stuff. But you don't want to be the gotcha guy. Everybody hates gotcha guys. Anyway, it was just something I was musing over during the break. It's like chess, if your opponent fucks up, they fuck up. I play like that for me, but I try to be somewhat of an ambassador in a sense. But a lot of people, I would say the prevailing attitude is everybody wants to win fair and square, and nobody wants to win with gotchas or have any gotchas happen. Is essentially what I think the general player base, how they feel. I suppose it depends. Anyway, what do I think about this guy? 460 points. He costs exactly as much as a Frostlord on the Stonehorn. He is slow as fuck and doesn't fly. It's a lot of points for a slow as fuck guy who doesn't fly. And if there's terrain on the table, 10-inch move starts looking a lot like a 4-inch move often, if you're next to a wall or some shit, right? So that's a concern. A 4-up save sucks, but he's got a 5-up ward, so we're good. He heals 2d3 wounds every turn of yours. That's good. Potentially 3d3 if you really want to. Humongo feeding frenzy shit that probably covers most of the table. Big. This means that he's chilling at 6 noble deeds points the whole game as a commanding centerpiece near the center of the table, and then like 55 inches because of his pie plate thing. The whole table gets it. And then all your little lords can be freely spending their points for infinite regeneration, because he's going to give the Wind Fury buff. So that's nice. His one weapon clobbers, but it doesn't have a lot of attacks. 10 monsters claws are alright. That's alright. You know. He's not exactly a murderer, but it's like, if you hit with all 3 of these, then he is a murder machine. He's the Mortarch of murder. If you're just like savage, all 3 good attacks, yes, they fail all their saves, yeah, people will blow up. If you roll normally or something, it's probably, you know. But flaming weapon for damage 3 claws? No, you forgot. And I forget sometimes too, but the universal magic that is taught in every magic school across the realms, every unique named character, none of them went to school. They are forbidden from using the magic that literally everyone on the planet knows. Little flavor fail there, but alright. He is more mobile than Catacross, you're right. Are there some spells and abilities that can give him more attacks, or are those just for little guys? So far that I've read, all those seem to be like 7 wounds or fewer, I think. How will you change his card given the rules you now see? Doesn't need changing. I successfully predicted basically what he would do, and I think the card still makes perfect sense. Here's my card, for instance, as a reference. This is the card I wrote before I knew his rules. Usharan the Summer King. 6/6 for 6, first strike lifelink. Hey, first strike, he gives people last strike, right? Strikes last. Lifelink, yep, he heals. As long as he's enchanted and equipped, other creatures you control get 1/1 and have lifelink. Okay. As long as you have 6 noble deeds, other people get +1, attacks because of Feeding Frenzy, which allows your other heroes to regen, which is healing. Okay, same thing. If you would gain life above your starting life total, instead create that many 1/1 white ghoul surf creature tokens with Frenzy 1. And this was just a representation of how Flesh Eater Courts is supposed to play. You're gaining a bunch of life. I made him a resource so that you can't gain life above your starting life total, but when you do, you just get a million ghouls, and I wanted a way to generate a million ghouls because it felt like flavorful. And they're white ghoul serfs, because that's kind of a contradiction. Usually it's black zombies. And it surfs with Frenzy, which is also kind of a contradiction. I think, honestly, no changes. It's kind of exactly what his War Scroll ended up being. Let's fucking go. Kind of proud of myself. Hey, I don't have to change shit. It's almost like I did my homework. And I knew what I was talking about. At least with the flavor, magically. Maybe Goad and enemy. Can you believe that I didn't use Goad in any of the cards? In Phase 2, I had Goad on 3 different cards, and all of them lost it. I used to have Goad on Archaeons to represent his tactical genius. I used to have Goad on Scragrot to represent chaos. And I used to have Goad on somebody else. Sigvald, maybe? To represent him taunting, and they all lost it in the 3rd pass. Goad is a cool mechanic. I can't believe none of them ended up with it. Archaeon seems more like in other cards in the... What do you mean? They didn't... Sorry, Goad does not Archaeon? Goad seems more like in other cards in the deck, but not on Archaeon himself. Is that what you mean? Goad walking? Yeah. Non-basic Goad walking. Protection from Goad. So you are... I think this guy has a reasonable build around me. Because he projects such a humongo aura, all of your other heroes get to spend their points. And I think that's game-changing. The fact that all of your other heroes get to spend their points all the time without missing out on the bonus attacks. I think that singular ability makes him worth it. Also, he's a double caster. He kind of slaps if you're lucky. He's hard to kill. You get to double Diluties, which is really good. Shroud Cage is honestly kind of whatever. His spell, neat idea, but it's really easy to play around. Blah, blah, blah. Who cares? He's got a 5 board. That's great. I like him. I think you got to get him to 6, though. Yeah. I think you get him to 6 turn 1, right? Can you do that? Let's see. You use the heroic ability and roll maybe 3 dice, maybe 4. Get potentially 1 feast point. Yeah, maybe you can't get 6 on him. Can you get 6 on him immediately? So 2 spells, you roll a bunch of 5-ups depending on how Death Starred up your army is. Pretend you get 1 from it, right? That's 3, you're halfway there. He's not entering combat. For best case before combat. You would have to, like, surround almost your whole army with him, and then just, you can't stop rolling 5-ups. You're allergic to anything below 5. He's kind of a guarantee turn 2, I guess. But, I don't know, is this army entering combat turn 1 anyway? Are you alpha striking? Maybe you're getting alpha struck. And so you actually would want those totems. You can take the 4-point delusion first turn. Oh yeah, because you can switch him. It doesn't help his Carrion King ability, which is the reason why I was kind of upset about that. But you could just take the 4 Noble Deed 1 turn 1, and then hot swap it like a SATA hard drive for the rest of them, and you're good, right? Cannot sit on chair, flavor fail. Yeah. He is from Hollow Morny. Coach Mortark? What's that? What did they mean by this? Which one was Hollowmorn again? Oh, the night one. Okay. It's a bit lame that he's keyword locked. I mean, all the special people usually are, right? Catacross is. All the famous Stormcast are. That's part of the downside of unique characters, is that they're locked into some sub-faction usually and can't take artifacts and enchantments. Does it matter? Let's see. It doesn't, like, you can still build the army. You have 1 noble deeds for each Morgaunt hero. At the end of the turn, that is, so it loses you 1 funny point turn 1. Because you just start him on an objective and you could have, so you lose 1 funny point for not being Morgaunt. He could have gained the priest keyword, but because he's an abhorrent, but you know, it kind of doesn't matter because he's a double caster anyway, right? Pick 1 Grizzgore monster to strike first. He means he can't strike first. Actually, yeah, it does. It does suck that he's keyworded into the 1. Yeah. If he was in Morgaunt or Grizzlegore, it would be a lot better for him. Hollowmorn is whatever, and Blisterskin is whatever, but like, 1 funny point is nice. And giving him first strike would be cool. Even though his spell kind of does that. Or not his spell, his aura kind of does that. So he does suffer a little bit from keyword locking. Does suffer from keyword locking into the 1 sub-faction that does nothing for him. Yeah, Grizzlegore or Morgans would have been tight, but he doesn't, depending on if you're a glass half full or half empty person, he either loses potential of something or just doesn't benefit, however you want to feel about it. He does get a priest keyword because is that a transcribing error or is it really? I'm gonna assume it's either a clerical error or a transcribing error because in every one ever they always do that, right? So I assume they mean friendly Blisterkin abhorrence, but maybe not. Maybe it's a mistake, legitimate from that as well. Him being a priest, does that matter? He's a double caster. You probably want to be casting. The 1 good priest prayer is a 5-up ward, which he already has. Is there an upside to being a priest? Yeah, you can get rid of invocations. See? Alright. So if you're in Blisterskin, he can get rid of an invocation maybe. Which is not nothing, but it's like very close to nothing. Yeah, someone can smite him. Ahem. It's not a core rule that you can't cast and pray, right? Nope, not a core rule. Just a really stupid one in this book. And I think Skaven have that stupid rule as well. If you got either of the ones he got shit from, you'd feel bad taking him in other factions, and that would restrict list and building more. I think you take sub-factions that are good, and you don't take ones that are bad. But maybe I'm oversimplifying. I probably am. If they really wanted to fix things, they would make all the sub-factions good. Simply make the game fun, right? The classic person responding to feedback for like a video game. Why didn't they simply make a good game, you know? Alright, how do I feel about Ush Oran? He's got 3 big hits. Kinda slow. Well, okay, pretty slow. Doesn't fly. Epicenter is awesome. Big plate stacker is awesome. And almost army defining, build around me defining, playstyle defining. The bravery shit, who cares? The Wrath Mongoler ability, kinda easy to play around. But 5 up ward good, heal good. Yeah, this guy's good. It's possible you can buff him somehow. I know that like one of the spells doesn't work on him and one of the other things doesn't work on him, but maybe you can... oh yeah, he's gonna have 4 big hits as long as you're at 6, right? Because it counts yourself. He is good. Build and playstyle defining. He is good. Build and playstyle defining, fun synergies, double subbies, hard to kill, randomly slaps, but not play him or you're dumb. I.e. the perfect named centerpiece hero. Also, he's slow as fuck. Yeah, this is just, at least on paper it seems to me, this is just where I optimally would like named centerpiece heroes to be. They change how you build your list and the playstyle. They're very good. But they don't feel like... But they're not techless, long story short. To make this really quick, they're not techless. Where for a long time, it was like, you were either playing techless or you suck. And that should never be the case. So at least on paper, I don't know, maybe in 1 month, everyone will be like, Ushiran sucks, lower his points. I don't know, it's possible they'll say that. But, first look, he seems to be falling right where I like for a named centerpiece. Or Maratha, yeah. Still. If you don't want to play Marathi, hey, it sucks to be you. You chose the wrong army, I guess. Abhorrent Ghoul King on World Terrorgeist, aka Ekigorkaja Rete G. 16 wounds, 4 up save, 450, really close to his cost. How is 10 inches slow as fuck? Because it is a 400 point humongous base centerpiece monster which operates under very different opinions on speed than other things in the game. If you are a huge ass monster and you're less than 12 and flying, you are slow. And the flying is really important because there's a lot of terrain on tables, and moving 4 up and then getting across it and then 4 down, if you ever have to move around terrain, you're probably minus 4 inches of movement. If you ever have to move over terrain, you're minus 8 inches of movement for that turn. And so not having flying can be the difference between literally 1 inch of movement or 12, you know? So these are some of my thoughts about like giant monster 400 point dudes. You know, as far as troops are concerned, most troops, you know, maybe 6-inch movement, something like that. If you have 8-inch move, hey, that's pretty fast for a troop, right? For dudes on the ground. If you're a buff wagon barge or something, maybe slower. But troops or cavalry and stuff tend to have, I shouldn't say tend to have, people like to see delivery methods for them. Yeah, and that his base is so humongous, Meeps is talking about he can't actually be wholly within 3 of something else because his base is too huge. Well, that huge base, ooh, here's a place on the table where there's a big terrain piece and a big terrain piece, and other stuff can just move through it, and he's on this big-ass pie plate that can't fit, and so he's got to waste 8 inches of movement up and then down, and kind of end up going nowhere. Terrain is the enemy. Anyway, Agrarkatika. It has 1 attack with the Death Shriek. And I think we should be seeing below on this thing. Not use the attack sequence. Instead, roll a die and add the Death Shriek value shown on this unit's damage table. It's 6. If the total is higher than the target's bravery, target unit suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to the difference between its bravery characteristic and the total. Okay, so potentially like 5 mortal wounds or something if you're rolling good. What was the thing that modified Death Shriek above? Do you remember when we were supposed to... What was the thing we were looking at for that? +1 rend to the breath... No, that was the zombie one. Oh, the battle tactic. Honked to death. Kill a unit by honking at them. That's not going to kill a unit. It's going to soften it up. Maybe. Okay. You have the big honk. Functions off of bravery, which they're still trying to write rules around. Fanged Maw. 3 attacks, 4s, and 3s, run 2 damage d6. Oof. Yeah, I hate to see it. D6 damage, that sucks. That is not good. And then 7 talons, just like the olden days. 4s and 3s with everything. This monster sucks. Gory talons and fangs. 3s and 3s, 1, 2. Okay, so I'm assuming the gory talons and fangs, that's the guy on the back, right? So remember that rule where the number of wounds you allocated, you get that many funny points? And it doesn't count the mount? You got 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1, 2 for farming. So this on average is going to do 1. It's going to like do 0, maybe 2. So you can expect 0 or 2 funny points per Ghoul King, maybe. Sometimes you're getting +1 attack from a thing, maybe, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, we'll see. Is the points based on damage or hits? From allocated wounds. 14 flying. That is a proper movement. Gaping Maw. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with the unit's Fanged Maw is 6, target suffers 6 mortal wounds, attack sequence ends, not make a wound roll or save roll. Damn, you used to be able to re-roll this thing to fish for 6s. You get 3 of those. On average, you get none. Damn, this is so random, isn't it? Isn't this frustratingly random? Only 3 attacks, 4s and 3s. D6 damage, and then like once in a blue moon, straight 6 mortal wounds. Everything is different, like super random. Infested. If this unit is destroyed before it is removed from play, each enemy unit within 3 suffers D3 mortal wounds. So it blows up. All right. Royal Blood. Heal D3 in your hero phase. Cool. It's all right. Look, healing D3 to some big ass monster each of your turns, it's never bad. Plus 1 attack for beast trait. We can get it to 5, right? Because we take the mount trait that we were waiting to see if the mount trait was going to be good. We can get it to 4 for that, and then 5 if he's a Wind Fury totem. Can we get it to 6? Any 6ers? When you're rolling 5 dice, that's when you can start maybe having just a little bit of hopium that you'll get 1 6 in there. So you're juicing them up. And then Ferocious Hunger. Casting value 6, range 12. Is this a single caster? It is a single caster. Pick 1 friendly, roll Terrorgeist wholly within range. Yourself, okay. You can reroll hit rolls for attacks made with... Oh, we got it back. Okay, so it used to be a mount trait, and now it's a spell. Which is way the fuck worse. But you kept it. You technically kept it. It means that my brothers will not be running around on a 3-up, 5-up anymore. Or from back in the olden days, a 3-up, 5-up, 6-up or some nonsense, and then always striking first. But you got to keep the fun thing, at least. I know it's fun when your guy doesn't die, but... Okay, really important. This is worth noting. 450. Abhorrent Ghoul King on Royal Terrorgeist. Agika Ortejug. Beats. Alright, just making some notes here. And he cannot be shooted for more than 12. If picked the Shadow Legend trade, yeah. A little holiday bonus for pondering the tome. Hey, Adventurous Duo, thanks for the 200 and an unknown amount of additional bits. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I appreciate. So what is this guy? What is this guy? He is a Wind Fury totem where you're stacking like maybe 5 Fanged Maw attacks and you're re-rolling them if you cast the one spell and it actually works. He doesn't exactly have the old days 5-up ward plus a 6-up ward, but you know, you weren't going to keep anything like that. At least you technically get to roll dice. He's nice and fast with flying. He's got a funny honk. Whether this guy is good or not is like you resolve this spell or not. And when you resolve this spell, you're having the most fun. And when you don't, hey, that's a rough one, kid. His damage is giga random. 4s and like just 4s to hit all over the place. D6 damage all over the place. Hopium for 6s all over the place. Super random. And the guy on the back ain't doing much. But you're also not piling in twice anymore. No double pileys. But when he blows up, he turns into rats, I guess. I don't know, chat. What do you think about this guy? I think what they're attempting to do is make him terrifying to play against. Like, I don't think he's worth this many points. I think he dies too easily. And I think all of his abilities are way too random. But when you're playing against one, you know that son of a bitch is going to keep rolling sixes on you. Even though all this shit is unlikely to work, your opponent is just going to get everything, right? And you have to consider that option, that possibility. It's like, you know, on average, this shit kind of sucks. But I look my opponent in the eye and I know that if they pass their charge rate, you know, I'm going to take 18 fucking mortal wounds. 100% chance. You son of a bitch. So I guess that's like what I'm thinking about. Too random, everything random. Too random, everything random. Doesn't feel worth 450, but Terrorgeist. And I think like when you're playing against one, your opponent just has the opportunity to do some silly shit and you just know he's going to, the savage, right? Also, this is an army where everything's slow, right? A bunch of wiggly foot guys, a gigantic centerpiece that's lumbering towards the center of the table. You need something with 16 move and flying to be able to be like, oh look, I'm playing against Cities of Sigmar. There's a unit that gives their entire army 5 upward. And there's a caster guy who casts one spell and then, you know, something dies every time. I need something that can fly across the table, land, and just honk at some foot hero idiot. Potentially honk them. Or survive one Unleash Hell and still just roll sixes and kill everything. I don't know. What I'm saying is you need reach. I hope they didn't use that picture. Oh no. Bro, that's how good I can paint. You gotta find some better example. Did they just Photoshop the guy off the back? Yo, I think they photoshopped the guy onto the back. Anyway, this is the Royal Terrorgeist. It's the non-hero version. And then die when they shoot back at you. Cities is a bad example. Yeah, you probably just lose to that, but you know. Oh, you can't honk. If you choose to honk, they'll do the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card and actually just kill you. I forgot. Damn, that ability is fun. Whoever wrote that loves fun. And they got their finger on the pulse of what Age of Sigmar players love. Yeah, you do get the honk one time. They killed, I don't know, 2 models maybe. Alright, Royal Terrorgeist. Death Shriek. 14-4. Not a hero. Hey, it still gets Gaping Maw. 315, that is a huge point drop from 450. If you kill the model with the order, it still goes up. No, it's they just take mortal wounds, so they're not gonna remove the unit champ or the hero next to it, whom you can't target because of the 20 rule. People don't like it when you shoot their heroes, so they made them untargetable most of the time. Hero point tax in this book. I mean, like half of your rules involve the word hero in all capitals, so I get it. Did you miss the big old Dark Souls boy? Yeah. How would I describe him? He's essentially Catacross. Like in game, he's basically Catacross, but his buffs are like more fun, I guess. He's faster. He's faster than Catacross, even if they're using the plus move thing. Anyway, do you play this thing? I'm assuming in Grizzlegore this is like a battle line instead of Behemoth. That's kind of sad, actually. You wanted a real raid boss type. He's kind of a raid boss. If what you wanted was a raid boss, he has raid boss mechanics. Shroud Cage Fragment. He drains people's bravery around him for the entire game, and it stacks. And everyone fights last around him, so that feels like a raid boss mechanic. He's constantly healing. He has a raid boss mind control that causes somebody to fight their friends. He has raid boss ass mechanics, actually. And double humongous synergy thing, which is actually really cool. I think he's good. Both Battle Line and Behemoth, you think? Let's skip ahead. Yeah, it's the same as the other things. They lose Behemoth. According to the goofy way the rule works, if you get Battle Line, you lose Behemoth. That's how they... Unless this is different than all the other armies, which it might be, I don't know, but... Yeah, so we're good there. Marked safe. Does he have a large, very delayed AoE attack that insta-kills everything in it, and a second phase? He's surrounded by Terrorgeists, and so this is the ad burn, you know, he summons in ads, you gotta burn them down, and then when you kill them, they blow up for D3 mortal wounds. And so when they're really low, you're gonna death grip them outside of the raid, and then heal that tank, and you're good, just so the raid doesn't take AoEs. Yeah, it's a boss fight army. Abhorrent Ghoul King on Royal Zombie Dragon. Couldn't fit it. R Zombie Dragon. And this one's 440. So I'm gonna separate these because really we're talking about the heroes. Abhorrent Ghoul King on Royal Zombie Dragon. Agika Tizid. No, it's Royal Zombie Dragon. The Rizid. Alright. 16-4 up, it's a wizard, it's fly, D6 attacks. So increase the rend by 1 was one of the mount traits, right? 12-inch range, D6 attacks. Boo. 3s and 3s, Rend 2 maybe if you're on. I'm not modifying the Rend characteristic on D6 attacks. Even though it's 3 damage, which is big. Gory Talons and Fangs. 4 3s and 3s, 1 2, Snapping Mar. Rend 3, damage 3, let's go. Alright. And then Sword Like Claws. Heal D3, Draconic Terror. Enemy units cannot receive Inspiring Presence while they are within 3 of any friendly units with this ability. Ooh, okay, okay. That's pretty close. But you know, this is worth a few more kills on a unit that you... Let's pretend you failed to kill some unit. Pathetic. But it's possible. Fleshy Accords monster holding in range are filled with Monstrous Hunger. A unit filled with Monstrous Hunger can run and still charge. Okay, here's where we get the run and charge in the book. Run and charge monster only. So, if we take an Abhorrent Ghoul King on Roll Zombie Dragon and Usharan and use Epicenter to double double Crusading Army for +2 run rolls and +2 charge rolls. And then our 14-inch move flying dragons are, I guess, kind of technically like 16. I think they're fast enough. The one unit in this entire book that doesn't need run and charge fucking got it. Okay, cool. Word. Alright. Remember, if you auto 6 a run, you don't get +2. Alright. Thanks. And then what was the mount trade for the Zombo? +1 Rend Breath Attack, and probably bad War Scroll Lookup. Confirmed. First turn Deep Strike. Bad unless charge bonus elsewhere lookup. +2 technically. But no, not really. +1 to hit monsters. Yep. It's that one. So your monster mash in that way. And then the normal get... What do they keep? Oh, they're different. Oh, they don't get the Inspiring Presence thing. Oh no, they do. It's just called a different... Sorry, it's called something different. Monstrous Hunger. You get to auto Deep Strike. Okay. Why do they have a mount trade? Well, okay, mount trades you can't give to non-heroes anyway. Alright, why do I want a Ghoul King on Royal Zombie Dragon instead of a Terrorgeist? So with the Terrorgeist, you have the funny honk. Gaping Maw is fun and kind of scary if Ferocious Hunger goes off. And I mean more than a little kind of scary, actually. In exchange, I get the Random Breath, which is about as good as the honk. No Inspiring Presence, but a giant monster hero should not need something like this. You should just kill everything, right? Maybe not a 60-man unit. I don't think you need run and charge. on monsters. Yeah, see, I don't know. I feel like you just take Terrorgeist. Any big stands, any zombie dragon stands in the chat? As I read these two war scrolls, if I had to choose one, it seems like the Terrorgeist got all the fun abilities. And the zombie dragon, I don't know, free shrugs. Deep Strike? Okay. I think it's just like worse and less fun than Terror Geist version. But it can Deep Strike. So if you want to Deep Strike, if that's a strategy that the army can do, then you sort of have to do it because that kind of shit is really powerful in AOS. And then like the normal zombie dragon is how many points? 310. Same as above for the zombie dragon. Grand Justice Gourmet. 140. All right. All right. Grand Justice Al Gourmet. 664. Hey, pretty good armor save for this guy. Gore Streaked Gavel. Technically has some attacks. Royal Blood in your hero phase he heals. He is a priest technically, I assume, right? No. Okay, no priest, but he could be a priest in that one thing. Okay. Pronounce Judgment. I don't know. How do you pronounce it? Anyway, in your hero phase, pick one of the following judgments of pronounce. You probably mean to pronounce. The same unit cannot be affected by more than one judgment at the same time. No fun allowed. Your hero phase. Pick one judgment. Okay, so pick a judgment your hero phase. Okay, hold on. Wait, Hololive Morn locked? Is that bad? Is Hollowmorn the one that makes priests? It's not. Oh. No priest. Critical error. Yeah, I hate to see it. Please tell me his ability is good, though. Questing oof. Okay, Petty Transgression. Also, he's a unique named character, so you can't give him anything either. Pick one enemy unit visible to this unit and roll a die. On a 3-up, add 1 to wound rolls for attacks made by friendly FEC units to target that unit until the end of turn. That's good. Never mind, he's fixed. I was assuming these abilities were going to be shit. But, okay, he can't be a priest, that sucks. But, 3-up, target unit, no range. Yeah. Infinite range, +1 the wounded, army-wide, 3-up, no resources. Okay. Opponent can't unbind it. You know, no counter prayers. It could only be that one and he would be good. It does need LOS. Target unit. Dishonorable conduct in battle. Pick one enemy unit that is visible more than 3 from all friendly units. So out of combat, roll a die. 3 up friendly FEC court units can charge even if they ran, as long as they finish the charge move. Oh, okay. Potentially run and charge that guy. Well, there's our run and charge if we wanted it. Which, like, maybe we do. All this is on a 3-up. Grievous Insult. Pick one enemy visible and within 3 of a friendly abhorrent. So in combat with a hero? Jeez, I don't know. Add one hero rolls for attacks made by friendly FEC units. Target that enemy unit until okay. So this guy's just like a command ability. They're like, what are some command abilities we forgot to add this as army? Put all of them on this guy's war scroll. You have to only choose one, and they all work on a 3-up. I would have liked to see all of these abilities spread out like in the army instead of all on the same guy on 3-ups. It's like command abilities or something, but that's fine. They're like... Hold on. Agree, disagree. Literally designed to stand on the chair in the corner of the whole table for that one grand strategy, and then has line of sight. And now you're not hurt by one of your heroes just being out of the battle for the whole game, right? Alright. Regicide. Nice band name. Pick one enemy unit that is visible to this unit and has slain a friendly abhorrent. Ever. I saw it. It happened the other game. Roll a die. 3-up. Add 1 to damage. Oof. The good shit. Okay. Now there is a hoop to jump through. Is this ability good enough that you like send an abhorrent off to die? It doesn't end as well. Does this shit not end either? Jesus, okay. I'm operating under the conditions that they fix all those problems, right? Not to be that guy, but if you talk about Usharan, we did it first. These are the start of the book. If you want an elevator pitch, depending on how much you know about AOS, Usharan is Catacross, except faster and more fun. Faster, more fun, has some combos, not as good. Yeah, the way he's written, the same unit cannot be affected by more than one judgment at the same time. But you can just keep switching, right? He seems like high B tier, low A even. He seems like a guy you just take. He's like the drum man in IJ. Like, why don't you want 4 command abilities on 1 war scroll that don't cost command points and work on 3-ups? I mean, he's not a priest, but he has literally 4 prayers on his war scroll, like in everything but name, right? So that's fine. I like him. He goes in. I think he's auto-include. I'm giving him the honorary Mr. Auto-Include award. Yeah, you build 1,860 point armies with this guy. He does not generate fun points. No, he doesn't. He does not generate fun points by casting or praying. I mean, if he waddled his wigged ass up and literally smacked somebody and killed him, okay, yeah, he'll give him a thing. Or actually, he's a hero, so you could be with a different hero rolling the 5-up thing, and in that way he could kind of generate maybe. Pardon me. That's balancing him, right? Yeah, that's the balance. That's why he's balanced. Really, he's balanced because you have to roll a 3-up. And you'll just roll it 2-3 times in a row, and then you'll rage, right? Like, that's the balancing thing, is that ability doesn't always work. Yeah, put him on the throne. He can see everything from the corner of the table. Then again, being in the corner, do you even want heroic things on him? Does it even matter if he has fun points? Maybe to summon a unit to half strength, perhaps. Abhorrent Gore Warden. Alright. What does this guy cost? 150. What do you do? 7 wounds, 4 up, 12. So is this guy Arc Regent? Sylvaneth Arc Regent man? He has several attacks. He is a wizard. Deep Strike Man. Winds of Shyish. Spells a casting value of 6, range of 9. Very short range. Technically cannot target if nobody moves after the Deep Strike, but, you know, you're doing this in the movement phase anyway, so. One friendly FEC unit that can fly, and then is wholly within range and visible to the caster. Wholly within 9? Fuck you. Move this unit from the... and the unit picked. Okay, so teleport. Okay, he's a teleport man. Yeah, he's the Deep Strike man. Just for ease of use. He's Abhorrent Deep Strike man. Does run count as a move after deep striking? It happens at the end of the movement phase, so there's no opportunity to move. Because the period at which you move is during the movement phase, and at the end of it, you're no longer choosing things to move, so you can't be moved. You think the Gore Warden is your favorite unit? Looks wise of the new bunch. Sad you don't have any armies at deep strike, so you're not familiar with the role. So there's essentially there's two forms of it. There's deep strike and ambush. Right? Deep strike, you're in the sky, and you land anywhere on the table outside of 9 from enemy units. It's like a bog standard kind of thing. And then ambush, same thing, same outside of 9, but it has to be wholly within 6 of a table edge. So ambush, you're coming out from, I don't know, the forest or some shit. And deep strike, you're falling from the sky. Or coming up from the underworld, whatever your army's lore happens to be. This guy's like an Icebrow Hunter if he was a wizard and could kind of fight almost, and could fly and had good movement. And okay, that's very different. It's too different now. There's too much. He's kind of not like an Icebrow Hunter, in that they both have deep strike, I guess. Oh, and he can bring along Flayers and Knights, which are units with any value at all, unlike just only cats. Yeah, okay, it's almost nothing like an Icebrow Hunter, isn't it? He's technically a wizard. Alright, I'm putting a special note here. He's a wizard with deep strike and teleport, so he will either be featured in 100% of lists always or never, and it depends on what else I'm probably going to read here. He's the kind of guy who like enables an entire strategy. I put a note to return to him. Abhorrent Arc Regent. Double Wizzy. Do you still have the spell that's amazing? 150. Two caster. 6 move, 7/4 up. Start your hero phase, you can return 3 slain Mata to 1 friendly Surf within 18, and 1 slain Mata to 1 friendly Knights. Okay. Following movement phase, friendly FEC units that are set up at the end of the movement phase can immediately move 6. Oh. Okay, this guy used... Am I going ancient? Delirious? Did this guy used to roll a D3 and he added that many attacks? Did he used to do that? Or am I thinking of a different guy? He did used to do that? Okay, he lost the most fun spell in the whole game. And he got broken. Okay. Spell that moves you after a deep strike. D6 inches. Surely this is fine, right? What does he cost? 150? Okay. That's not okay. Yeah, over 100% auto-include. 105 maybe. This is regen. This is deep strike, ambush, half unit return. You know, when they return half the unit and it just like board wide, no range. Okay, dude. Okay. Okay. I don't know, why does he need a second cast? I guess maybe he used to have a second cast. Is he unique? No. No, you can give him shit. You can give him all sorts of shit. Suit him up, senpai. Not unique, by the way. Well, alrighty then. And then they're gonna print this dude. I apologize, Fleshy Decord players, for what I'm about to say. This shit looks so bad. Opinion's mine, alright? But I'm sorry what they did to you. Start the combat phase, pick an enemy hero within one of this unit, and say that this unit will duel that enemy hero. Melee foot assassin, huh? Word. Alright. I mean, he's a wizard. He can cast a spell. +1 damage is a good buff, right? 5 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1-3. Better than a frost spear, you know? Maybe he's a totem, 6 attacks. Could he do it? Could he go all the way? Against only another hero? Anyway, on natural speeds, the spell casting value 6. Unit can immediately attempt a charge, and you can roll 3d6 for the charge roll. Oh, a delivery method. So you charge during the hero phase. And then you strike first. You have to be in charge range when it like rolls around to your turn though, which is kind of like... You will be a lot. So what am I looking at here? I'm looking at a wizard. So he's automatically like useful potentially. There's this random fucking shit paragraph that you're gonna... It's turn 4. It's like the bottom of turn 4 and you're gonna tell your opponent. Anyway, so I charge him in. Your opponent's like, okay. And like, you don't understand. This guy has some fucking paragraph fan fiction written on his war scroll. 7 attacks. 2s and 3s, rend 1, damage 3. Let's go. And he actually just kills someone. It could happen, you know? It could happen. Hero phase, charge and ass. I don't know. He's fighting against, like, nonsense, Giga, Deep Striker, Teleporters, 4 command abilities on a War Scroll. I mean, he's fighting against some heavy hitters. If you succeed at the charge and dueled, you get to fight twice? No. So, it just lets you charge in the hero phase. You don't actually fight in the hero phase. You just charge in the combat, and then later you fight first. At 130. You can see someone just hurling this guy at like Archeon and just being like, it's showtime. Yeah. What I see to me in my head, this guy is like, he's casting some 5-up ward War Scroll spell, you know? Or he's like a Mr. Spellcaster guy in your clump of, you know, your opponent can't tell the difference between all the guys, and this guy's just like Mystic Shielding shit all game. It's just Mystic Shield, running up with some troops, regenning them. Ooh, I'm a Wind Fury Totem, you know. And it's like the bottom of turn 4, and you're both kind of out of guys. And he just charges some, like, mounted Stormcast hero. And does 9 damage to it, kills it from full. And you're like, what? And he's like, yeah, he's got this fanfiction-ass paragraph that explains what his Bankai is. And he drew a picture of it in his notebook. And, yeah, so now he gets 6 attacks on 3s and 3s, run 1, damage 3. I'm like, oh, okay. Best combat foot wizard ever printed, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of silly. I don't know that I would like ever recommend it, but like that's gonna happen. He's gonna. I see him doing what I think they probably wanted to do with the ogre wizards, and it didn't pan out. Where it's like you're some spellcaster who's not very good, but then you can actually fight. You know. So, in other words, fun. Remember fun? I sure don't. Oh, geez. What am I clicking on for the next music? Yo, I'm gonna search for music and get myself a drink. BRB. Yo, these War Scrolls are very interesting. My enjoyment level... We were having a good laugh making fun of them for the first third of the book. Now that we got into War Scrolls, real shit. Okay, it occurred to me that wasn't a very Flesh Eater Quartz. Music break, apologies. You know what? We're back, by the way. Yo, poof. I've returned. What was I gonna do? Anyway, thanks for being patient. They got me on these new pills that you're supposed to eat stuff to 10 a.m., 10 p.m. I just do what the doctor tells me. How about a playlist for a 19th century villain scheming against his enemies? It's an hour long. Does that sound like an FEC playlist? Let's find out. Ooh. Christmas concerto. There we go. Perfect. Abhorrent Cardinal. $120. Should be royalty free, maybe. I mean, let's see. It's got Bach, Mozart, Vivaldi, Glazunov, Chopin. I mean, like, surely this stuff is in public domain by now. It's been hundreds of years. Anyway, Abhorrent Cardinal. He's got the cursed, new word alert. Hold on. A cruiser. A crozer. A hooked staff carried by a bishop as a symbol of pastoral office. Or the curled top of a young fern. Okay. New word. Word of the day alert. I got there. Cursed Crozer. 3 attacks, 3s and 4s. Rend 1 damage, D3. Okay. Cursed with 4s to wound, I guess. He is a priest. Speak in tongues. You get one of those in RuneScape? Nice. Is a prayer that has an answer value of 4. Oof. And a range of 18. If answered, pick one enemy within range invisible. Next hero phase roll die each time the enemy unit receives a command on a 4-up. Command has no effect? Okay. You give curse to the deep striking guy with priest artifact? Yeah. Am I crazy for not wanting to run this guy? This is the kind of 120 point dude who would lose me the game when my opponent has them just somewhere 4 inches back from their clog of guys that I'm forced to fight the whole game. But can I just make somebody else a priest and give him fucking curse? This army cries out for curse. The people rise up and demand curse. You know? He generates a funny point. Super cheap. Alright, I think those are my thoughts here. He's like, okay, makes a fun point, potentially huge prayer, but I don't know, optional, but also I will lose to one of these at some point. Like, I'll lose a whole game to one. So there's that. Ahem. Next. Marrow Scroll Herald. Oh, this guy. Somebody mentioned tongues. Yeah, only one tongue detected. All right. He's got some attacks. The King's Entreaty. What type of hero? Courtier. At the end of the charge phase, you can pick one enemy unit within 3 of this unit and say that this unit will offer it an infected bone. It's called Bone. And text is something called Cillian Rail. Your opponent must choose whether the enemy unit accepts or refuses the bone. If it refuses, the strike first effect applies to friendly fleshy decor units within 3. Okay. If it accepts, the enemy unit becomes infected. For the rest of the battle, roll 2d6 before an infected unit issues or receives a command, attempts to cast the spell, or a chance of prayer. Dark Master ability? Make a roll before the action is carried out. If the roll is greater, they can't perform that action in that phase. Okay. If you accept the bone, it's like you got Bellicord, kinda. Kinda. It really is super. Don't shoot the messengers. Units not visible enemy models load is wholly than 6 or 5. Sorry, of 5 or more other. Alright. Ahem. Hmm. $100, huh? Oh, within 3 of this unit. Okay. Dude, I think this is guy good. He has like 40k shooting rules, toxic cancer, right? He's simply untargetable, basically forever. You can't ever deal with him unless you table the opponent. Costs almost nothing. Technically a courtier. Has some goofy ass browbeat ability where both of the things are good. I mean, he's not a wizard or a priest, but you could make him one. Unironically play this guy. It's weird, right? Because you're looking at an abhorrent cardinal and he appears to be better than Morrow's Herald, right? I don't know. Could possibly play this guy. Looks kind of cool. More than one tongue on the model. He's essentially like an unremovable courtier. With like goofy ass rules. And if you can give him a arcane tome, or you could give him a priest keyword or whatever, I just think it's you used to say this in the olden days, 100 points. This guy's value. Anyway, Royal Decapitator. Please be good. I know you won't be, but please be good. I secretly want you to be good. Cool guy. Decapitator tot. 100 points. He... Okay. Has a big fucking axe. Executioner's Entourage. In the combat phase after this unit is fought for the first time, pick one friendly serfs. Oh, you pull your serfs in, they can fight immediately. I hate these abilities. I don't hate these abilities, they print them a lot. I just think they're like unbelievably boring and kind of do nothing. Not fully do nothing, but I don't know. It's like they put these on a war scroll where they weren't sure what the thing should do, but they didn't want it to do anything actually good, so they put this on it. I don't know. Off with their head. At the end of the combat phase, if any wounds caused by this unit's headsman's ags in that phase, actually, there's no such weapon with axe, because there's no E, so this ability isn't referring to anything. Anyway, in that phase are allocated to an enemy hero, and that enemy hero has not been slain on a 5-up, it is slain. It's got reality splitting axe. Right? Something in my eye. There we go. He's just what you take instead of a gassed courtier now, because the gassed courtier is useless. Worse because it's heroes only, yeah. If I feel a certain way about this guy. If by the end of this I kind of want to play this guy because I don't have as many courtiers as I want, I'll be a little sad. This means the bar will have lowered. He could just one-shot Archeon. I'm pretty sure Archeon has the anti-rule. Right? Doesn't Archeon have the Gargant rule? Where you can't slay him outright? Or am I adding stuff to his War Scroll in my head because every time I read Archeon's War Scroll, I'm more and more disappointed. And so I start, like Liquid Ocelot, kind of hypnotizing myself into thinking that his War Scroll has anything on it that's cool. Besides Simply Can't Die. I mean, that's on his War Scroll. Simply Can't Die is printed there. Cryptogas Courtier. Gugh. What's the difference between this model and a normal ghoul? Answer. Nothing. It's the same. Bone Club and Filthy Claws. 5 attacks. Ors and 3s. They get a 1d3. In the combat phase, after this unit is fought, you can pull in serfs. They can fight immediately. Damn, I'm so disappointed that this is the rule you got. Oh, that sucks. I thought it was going to be something cool. He uses the Sergeant's model from the Ghoul kit? Okay, well. Cryptgast, Coors Lightier. Alright, technically a Courtier does nothing. Got it. So far, we're taking the Decapitator as I mean... Why do points exist in this game? What is the purpose of points? Like, this guy is a 2-2 for 2. With First Strike, Trample. And this is a 2-2 for 2. With First Strike. Like, okay, in Magic, I don't know. This guy's, like, just literally better in the same points. What even is the... Right. Points are an illusion? Yeah, in Magic you would have rarity. Maybe it's a singleton format. You can only play 4 of the same thing, depending on what you're doing. Every FEC player already has these, is the reason he exists. I own Yetis, and if they shit can those, I won't shed a tear. But, I don't know. It's fine. Vargo of Courtier. So, how much points? 165. For a long bat. 1084. Is this guy going to be like a... the one vampire guy? Immense Claws. 5 attacks, 3 and 3, 1, 2. Dagger-like fangs. 1 attack. 3s and 2s, -2, 3. That's one good attack. It's one. It's a good attack. King's Champion at the start of the combat phase can say that this unit will use this ability. If you do so in that phase, you can add 2 to the attacks characters of the unit's melee weapons, a 3 Fang attacks, but it can only target units that have a wounds characteristic of 1 or 2. Womp 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 womp. Oh, that sucks. Still, it's 7 attacks, 3 here. Kind of shit on 1 and 2 wound guys. Chaff Killer, Bastion Carthelos. When this unit makes a move, it can pass across terrain in the same manner as a model that can fly. Cool. Victory Feast. At the end of the combat phase, if any enemy models are slain by wounds caused by this, you can heal D6. In addition, at the end of the combat phase, this unit can immediately retreat. Oh look. It's what Bastion Carthelos should cost. Actually, probably 200. Chaff Slayer. He is a courtier. It is at the end of combat that he retreats. You can't just straight up peace out, you know, and not get hit. Yeah, flyover terrain, move 10 is actually kind of nice. You never tell how much chaff clears should cost. Yeah, I suppose it is pretty variable, isn't it? How much your army needs to clear chaff is sort of different per army. What are you throwing and how well can you throw it? It's tricky to get this, so like, let's pretend I lose to chaff hues. Like, if I can't kill chaff, I just lose the game, right? And so I need this guy to get up there and totally wipe away a chaff screen so that my other unit can now chart. Well, now you're setting up two different things, two different units succeeding at their charges maybe, or... yeah, I don't know. Melee chaff clear is kind of weird. Now that I think about it. Because the reason you want to clear chaff is to open up a charge for someone. So this is like preemptive strike. Like you're doing this early and then later, so you don't have a delivery. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking through this. Can we find a pet unit job for him? Like your pet unit job for him is auto 6 run roll every turn, and your opponent's 5-man unit of tree revenants, gore, random 5-man shit that ambushes from table edges. Like, he just goes to some faraway point and kills 10 guys, and then stands there and then makes sure nobody puts stuff out. I don't know. Yeah, he does totem up pretty quick, Brennemate. That's true. If he ever actually does his job, he'll totem up immediately. So that's good. I don't know. The longer I think about stuff that he could do, I'm like, yeah, you could do that with this many points in this hero slot and this guy. I don't know if it's all cope. It's sort of like the difference between on paper and in play. Yeesh. Crypt Infernal Courtier. This unit can fly. When enemy models are slain by wounds caused by this unit's Fawatted Breath, 4 attacks, 4s and 3s, -2d3. Okay. 10-inch range. Within range of a deep strike, by the way. You deep strike 9 away. Can use the honk. You can honk at people. Until the end of the phase, add 1 to the damage characteristic of missile weapons used by friendly crypt players while they are wholly within 9 of this unit. So you're supposed to deep strike these courtiers. Or you're supposed to deep strike them and your friends. And they're all outside of 9, but within 10 of the breath. And then he breathes, and then they're mind broken, and then they get honked at. Yeah. Is this a deep strike thing? 145. Crypt Flyer has combo honk. +1 damage to honks. 10-inch, so can deep strike. Into it. Interesting. A mind break character? Yeah, the fucking... the greatest search image ever, the... oh, fuck, what is that Google search? Duke Nukem breaks the mind of a cat girl or something, like some fucking YouTube title. Switch hats, sure. Crypt Honker. 140. However, the Crypt Honker doesn't honk, ironically. You know, he's kind of a slapper. This the hit value sucks, but Ren 2 damage 3 is big meat, like mighty meat slapper meat. Nightly Retinue. In the combat phase after this unit is fought for the first time, pick a friendly crypt horrors that have not yet fought. Immediately fight. Okay. He's got that shit ability. This guy sucks. Actually, he doesn't suck. Crypt Honker. Ironically, the only type that doesn't honk. Crypt Flares. Crypt Flyers. You have 4 honks a turn per model. It's 3. So 12 honks. 12 honks, 4s and 3s, rend 2 damage. 2 if you have the mind-shattering cacophony. Okay. And only run rolls with Death Scream if the target unit has a bravery characteristic 6 or less. This is where the... If you do all the bravery bomb stuff, you essentially get +1 to wound rolls. Not worth. Escort Courtiers. When you pick this unit in the movement phase, you can pick 1 friendly hero that cannot fly and carry him on wings. Wait, so can I take a Crypt Honker with me? Actual any hero. So we got the fucking priest being carried aloft by 3 flyers shouting shouting prayers. That's funny. Okay. Hitch a ride mechanic with any foot hero. Fun. That's fun. Have 4 honks per model, 2 damn if comboed. Neat. Interesting. And it's just free every time you move. You can rearrange your guys however you want. What a quality of life thing, actually. Kind of quality of life. Deliver axe guy. Special delivery. Oh, when you pick this unit to move in the movement phase. Doesn't work with that thing. That's at the end of the movement phase, and it's not picking to move. It's another thing. Yeah. Cool. Crypt Honkers. Club and Septic Talons. Yeah, 12 flying is not bad. 7-inch move is a very rare movement value. Chosen of the King. Improve the run characters is melee by 1 while it's wholly within 9 of any friendly courtiers or 18 of any abhorrence. Alright, so their War Scroll gets rend if they're huddled up. Still hit on 4s though. 130 is pretty cheap. If the unmodified wound roll for an attack made with club is 70 talons is 6, damage characteristic 3 instead of 2. Force 3's nil 2 is a bad profile, but you can fix it with +1 rend if wholly within 9 of some hero, but even then it's not great. And it becomes damage 3, but only on 6 to wound, which sounds really annoying to resolve. I think that's awful. Picking out some 6s to wound, and then specifically you have to roll saves against these two because those are damage 3 and these others are damage 2. It just sounds annoying to like play. From a gameplay perspective, it just sounds annoying. I would have given them 3 damage some other way. If you must, you know? You can do the sub-faction thing, I guess. So, what can we do with these guys? Are they the shit? 1 unit of 6. 260. That's 25 attacks. Rend 1 because of thing. That's +6, so it's 31 attacks if it's a Wind Fury totem. 3s and 3s. Damage 3 on the charge. 1 in 6 of those, so like 5 of those are damage 4. I'm thinking of all this stuff. What all can we juice them up with? Can you deep strike these guys and give them +2 to charge? Is a 7-inch charge on rerolls? Is that worth building an army around? 3 and 2 with the spell of Judge buff. Or damage 5. If Regicide goes off, right? And you roll a 6 to wound. And you are on the charge on a Tuesday. Yeah, +1 attack, wound, hit, damage. No deep strike, only outflank. Oh, only outflank, okay. What was this guy's exact? Oh, Crypt Flayers or more Beheg Knights. Not any knight. Not any knight. More Beheg Knights, which are different. Where's man? I gotta write that. Abhorrent Deep Strike Man. Flayer. More Beheg Knight. The spell is anything. Oh no, it's actually the can fly. Okay, so the Winds of Charge doesn't work with the Honkers then. Okay. So these guys you can deep strike with a spell, or teleport, but these guys you can't. $130 for 3 is kind of cheap. You can take a lot of them. Potential buff sponge. Yeah, potential buff sponge, I think. At these points with these keywords and all the stuff, could be. It could happen. More Beheg Knights. $150. More Big Knights. 12-inch flying. Ooh, faster than I thought. I think I remembered, maybe it was on the reveal trailer or something. My guess was 10. Because they're looking kind of chunky and beefy, and their wings look shitty and kind of have holes in them and stuff. I thought it'd be 10. 4 up save, 3 wounds. This is a unit of 3, I'm guessing. Knights, Morbeheg Knights. Grizzly Lance. 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1/1. 3 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1/2. And its Night Shriekers are armed with vicious claws. Model in the unit is a champion of Morbig. And one of the attacks characteristics is its Grizzly Lance. Standard Bearer. If it made a charge move in the same turn, each model in this unit counts as 3 for the purposes of contesting objectives, which puts it at exactly 9, which means it's bad. Because 10 guys can just stand on it and steal it from you. This is why I say that it's bad. Musician. Add 1 to run rolls and charge rolls. Ooh. Dude, we're up to +3 run and charge. If we double up on that one thing. So the run and charge bonus is up to +3 potential. They got the juice. Paragraphs of rules? No. This is just like a pathetically tiny amount of abilities for a war scroll. Almost like, why did you even make this thing? We finally got to a unit. It's just got like a standard bearer and a musician and a champion, you know? And so it looks like it's got a bunch of rules, but actually it's just normal. It's not 100 rules. It's just normal. Units have standard bearers, musicians, a champion, flying mount, you know? They have 2 abilities. This is normal. It's just the rest of the book is kind of dry on like number of things, maybe. Or the old units are, perhaps. I felt the need to explain it. After this unit makes a charge move, you can pick 1 enemy unit within 1. That enemy unit cannot receive Unleash Hell. In addition, roll a die for each model in this. Yeah, it's an impact hit, normal. This unit can retreat and still charge. Awesome. Yeah. These aren't even complicated rules. They're just like super basic. We have Mournfang at home. In addition, roll 1 dice for each model in this unit that is within 1. For each 4 up, D3 mortal wounds. That's probably on average more than Mournfang will do, even in a unit of 4. Retreat and charge is sick. 150 points. Is it good enough to just be better than Mournfang in every way, though? That's the problem. Like, yeah, they do. Mournfang have anti-Unleash Hell, but you still die from it. This has anti-Unleash Hell, and it actually stops it. Mournfang have impact hits. These have more impact hits. These can retreat and charge. Mournfang don't have any extra rules after that. These have standard bearers and musicians. Mournfang basically don't unless you make the unit larger. These things fly, they don't. These are 12. They're 9. Mournfang maybe fight better. And they have way more wounds. Well, actually, no, they don't. Mournfang have 12, these have 9. Which isn't way more. And these have a lot of resurrection abilities and stuff. I don't know why I'm comparing them to Mournfang. It's the Unleash Hell thing kind of brought them to mind. +1 damage on the charge if you do that one thing, but not the mounts. So you're still 2s down there. They're so fast, though. How many can I play? You can get these dudes to +3 to charge. That's actually kind of sick. I don't know if a unit of 6 of these could actually acquire all their impact hits, though. 3 of these, sure. 6 of them, you're going to struggle to get everybody within 1. Unless people are just strung out, you know. They're on 75 mil. Oh, is that all? Okay. Light on damage, maybe good utility, I'm not sure. Saline. First time chatter. Be Kind Rewind was the chat rules. That song was at the rental stores that rented VHS tapes. Is that a chat GPT message? I'm old enough to have, you know, grown up with Blockbuster Video and stuff, but they get 7 attacks with Feeding Frenzy. I guess it's just all going to depend if you're in that subfaction and if you're on the charge, right? I suppose that's fine. I'm used to playing... I'm used to playing, like, if you get the charge, you win. If you don't, you lose, right? Royal Beast Flayers, huh? And every 10 models in this unit must be a Royal Flaymaster. Royal Flaymaster. What are we at? 115? Kind of cheap. Bobby Flaymasters. 10-man unit. They are serfs and Mordaunt. Just a bunch of 4s and 4s. Ready to get souped up. Enemy monsters within 3. Cannot carry out monsters rampages. Fuck you. Okay, you're like... This is like if Lady Andrasta was a 10-man squad, kinda, you know? How to get the War Scrolls in PDF format. We got it on... Somebody posted it on Discord. They kindly put it all in one place so we could go over it on stream. In the Giga GW News and Leaks section. Almost certainly other content creators have this, though. Anyway, it's in the Discord if you'd like to just have it. Warcry Warband gets to stick around, but the Underworld's Warband gets squatted. Pour one out for my boy Duke Crackmarrow. Duke? I can't remember what that guy looks like or does. Apologies, Meeps. Oh, Crypt Guard, the new guys. Cost 140. One wound each. 5 up save. 6-inch move. So they always have 2-inch range, 2 attacks, 3s and 3s, 1/1. Hey, okay, so these are like elite. They have a melee weapon profile that, if you went back 6 years, people would say is standard. They got all these rules. Champion, standard bearer, they can issue themselves commands. Add 1 to run rolls and charge rolls. Okay, we're getting up to 3 and 3. Our Maori of Madness. If any wounds caused by this unit's attacks are allocated to an enemy unit, the enemy unit cannot issue or receive commands until the end of the turn. Oh, Jesus. Okay. This unit has a ward of 5 up. Jesus. Add 1 to ward rolls for friendly Flesher to Court heroes wholly within 3 of this unit. Excuse me? Plus 1 to ward rolls? Who's got a 4-up ward in this army now? That would be Ushiran has a 4-up ward now. Interesting. Seems good. These fucking dudes. 3/3 -1/1. Auto roar if they fight. Just straight auto roar if they fight. 2-inch reach for spamming. Hero near them +1 ward rolls. Okay, chill. Jesus. Bro, chill. Oh, also it has a 5-up ward. Yeah, never mind. Sorry. Have a 5-up ward. And heroes, plural, near them get +1 to ward rolls. Okay, fucking chill. Shran might be on a 130mm base. That you will be able to give him the +1. Oh no. Wholly within 3 inches. Is his base too big to technically have it be possible for him to be wholly within 3? That'd be very silly if that was the case. Crypt Guard. Battle line in Morgaunt only. Okay, Morgaunt battle line. Same base as special. Okay, dude, trust me. Alright. Hey, if anyone was thinking about playing Morgaunt... Yeah, I was just thinking that. Femog. Shit might have legs. Crypt Guard on 25. 25 with 2-inch reach. So you're 3 ranks of attacking. This is like old school 2-inch 25, 3 ranks, 30-man units, massive regiments. You know, rolling 120 dice, taking out all the ones, everything else hits. Good. Alright. 30 dudes. It's not really roar. They will still be able to AOD or swing. Oh, true. It will stop all-out attack if these guys happen to fight first, I guess. I'll put that in parenthetical, technically. And a unit like this, you actually do want to shut off Inspiring, because it's just a million troops attacking with 1 damage weapons, you know? You might not just straight kill something. You're gonna grind them down. Had to skip out who got the star value. Crypt Guards seem good. Morbeg Knights seem good utility. I don't know about spamming or anything, but they have potential. Crypt Honkers, or Crypt Horrors, I mean. These seem like maybe the Hammer Sponge. I know there's no rend here, and so they seem shit, and they are, but that's because they're a damage sponge. They're like essentially kind of a bad thing, and then there's like 70 buffs you put on it, and it becomes kind of scary. And very cheap. So like Crypt Horrors, kind of thinking about them. What else is useful? A bunch of fucking heroes. It's real obvious where the good heroes are and what the ones that don't do anything. Alright. And then Crypt Ghouls, 160. Why are they more expensive than those? Because they come in a unit of 20? Do these come in units of 20? Do these come in units of... Hold on. What a Crypt Guard come in... 10, okay. That's what I thought. Ghouls are probably 20 then, right? Yeah, okay. They're on that little dust pin, you know, you swept it up onto the thing, and it's hovering over the garbage, but it's not, they haven't turned it yet. Maybe next edition. Crypt Ghouls. Also move 6. 2 attacks, 4s and 4s, nothing 1. Boundless Ferocity. The unmodified hit roll for an attack made by this unit is 6. That attack automatically wounds the target. Do not make a wound roll. It has 20 or more unmodified 5s or 6s automatically wound. Okay. Royal Approval. Improve the rend characteristic of this unit's melee weapons by 1 while it is holding the 9 of any courtiers. Or 18 of any friendly abhorrents. So if they're close to a totem... They are 3 attacks, 4s and 4s, rend 1/1. And they auto hit on maybe 5s or 6s. Yeah, they're 2 ranks because 25 mil. You may be mistaken, but you can assemble new Crypto Guard as old Crypto Ghouls, just without the halberds. Oh, good. Nice. 160 points for 20 wounds. Crypto Ghoul. Just a bunch of shitty attacks, throw the bucket at him. You mean they can get priest galore, so they have curse? Oh, I didn't mean this to... This note isn't like a question from me to Gameswork, why didn't you give this army curse? I'm saying, like, when you're building a Flesh Eater Court army, just remember, put curse in there. I'm just saying, like, you're baking a cake, I'm telling you put some chocolate in that. Just as a note. Hoarfrost? Oof. Hoarfrost is extra good on profiles where every single individual part of the profile is trash, too. It doesn't matter what D3 you roll, it's going to be good. Yeah, finally another priest army. We don't have enough. The priest armies, like the full theme and gameplay kind of thing for priest armies, we have what? Daughters of Cain technically, although they're not actually a priest army, they're a every single type of buff army. Wizard, priest, giant table of something, unnamed thing, just everything, right? I would say it's If we ignore the people who get everything, it's like Khorne for sure, Fire Slayers, Beast Claw Raiders, which is only half of ogres and are kind of getting souped up as it is. What else? I know Deep can technically have a priest, I think, but he doesn't do anything. Sons of Behemoth has one priest. I don't know if they're a priestly faction exactly. Crazily, all the chaos armies that worship chaos gods don't have a lot of priests in them except Khorne. It's weird. Yeah, Skaven, all the pestilence, the whole pestilence half of Skaven, for sure. That counts. If Beastclaw counts, then Skaven has to count. Right? The whole pestilence halve. And then we got Endo-Lass Sprawls. Cadaverous Barricade. And the spell is summoned with a spell that has cast value of 5, range of 24. After to set up this endless spell is treated as a terrain feature that has the grasping hands scenery rule, except that it can still be dispelled, as if it were an endless spell. It's a fence. Grasping hands. Enemy units within 3 of this terrain feature cannot run or retreat. In addition, if any enemy model starts to move within 3 of it, halve the distance that model can move when it makes the move. Really techy. This thing is really annoying. I don't want to play against this. This sounds so annoying. It's so cheap. Just put it in, you know? This shit's good. Chalice of Usharan. Sounds annoying / good. The Big Gulp from 7-Eleven. Chalice of Usharan. 50 points. Kind of a fan favorite of the previous book. Casting value 6, range 24, big range. Predatory moves 8, okay. 624. Predatory 8. Yo, this thing is the big gulp, the sippy cup. Soul Stealer. Keep track of the number of models that are... Oh, don't make me keep track. Why? Alright, sorry. No whining. But stop that. Keep track of the number of models that are slain within... Bro, you already ask this army to put a D6 next to every single fucking hero in your whole army and keep track of how much bullshit fun points. Can you keep track of less, maybe? Anyway, that's fine. At the end of each turn, roll die for each model that was slain within 12. During that turn, for each 4-up, the commanding player... Is this the first time we have a word for the active player in this game? Is this what it means? Or does it mean the controller of the War Scroll? I think it means the controller of the Endless Spell. I'm hoping we get a name for active player at some point. For each 4-up, the commanding... Ahem. Ugh. For each 4-up, the commanding player can heal 1 wound allocated to 1 fleshly quartz model within 12. Return 1. Okay. Yeah, it still does that thing. Keep track of deaths within 12. Yeah, shit's good. A lot of points though. But it just sits there. Doing this on both players' turns. Just churning your stuff back. Corpse Mare Stampede, 60 points. Horse Gang. Range of 3d6, huh? Predatory, it can move 12? Oh shit. Predatory 12, huh? Trample underfoot after this illness spell is moved. Roll 6 dice for each unit that has any models it passed across. For each roll that is greater than that unit's wounds characteristic, suffers 1 for each 6. Instead suffers 1 mortal wound regardless of its wound characteristic. It's trash. Okay. At least they followed the rules. The most expensive one is the worst. Chalice seems good. Yeah. Points don't mean anything. Alright. The points are made up. What is it? The questions are made up and the points don't matter? Something like that. Anyway, it's fine. Big Gulp, good. Cancerous Barricade, annoying and cheap. Horse Gang, bad. Let's review. Flash Leader Chorfs. Now that we got here. Let's review, shall we? Crypt Flares are battle line in Blister Skin. Crypt Horrors are battle line in Hollowmorn. Morbeheg Knights are battle line if the general is an abhorrent gore warden specifically. And then your Beast Rider goofy ass dudes are battle line in the Gristlegore army. To review, sub-factions. +1 damage on the charge with knights. Could be good. Really actually could be good. Grizz Elgor. I don't know about that one, Chief. Blister Skin Priest Spam. Honestly, maybe. You want Curse. You have a 5-up Ward Prayer. Your best heroes are not priests. Maybe you do it. More Gaunt. Noble Deed Jenny with heroes on objectives. Potentially an option too. You could do it. Isn't there a priest trait though? Why would you use a whole ass sub-faction when really you just want Curse? I mean, the 5-up prayer is good too, but you know. Courts of Delusion is fun and cool, especially with man. Deed farming feels like you can get stuff turn 1, but you have to either get really lucky or make a bad list to do it. I don't know that. I think this is fine. Yeah, I have to see how many funny points you're getting all the time. Damn, there's a lot of regen in this army. There's a lot of healing. There's a lot of regen. There's a lot of total reanimation. There's a lot of all 3 of those things. And you can do all 3 of those things in like 4 different ways. Your guys die absolutely constantly, but you can bring them back in like a bunch of different ways, and just keep churning them, wasting time. Kind of interested in seeing where the numbers are going to land on that one. You have one good spell that's fun. You have one good prayer that's fun. I don't think you want an abhorrent general. I think you want a courtier general for sure. Muster master, huge. Priest keyword, that's an artifact. I couldn't remember if it was an artifact or a trait. Yes, this is how you get curse. That's the shit. One good spell, one good prayer. Mount traits, kind of whatever. Are you taking one of these guys? A Terrorgeist? Maybe, for fun. Because they're like randomly terrifying, truly. Your grand strategies and battle tactics are stupid. Put the judge on the chair. And then everything is line of sight, dude. What's... Usharan is not auto-include, but for me, he is. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like you're supposed to play a bunch of, like, foot courtiers and just absolutely flood the table with men. Maybe. But for me, Usharan is auto-include because he's cool and he has cool playstyle synergy things. Not necessarily because he's, like, optimal. But he just seems very fun to me. And so Usharan's in. The chair guy. Al Gormain. You're in. My man is fucking in. This shit is so good. Yeah, he's locked in Hollowmorn. It doesn't matter. Need Abhorrence to bring units back. True. Why even leave home without Godric the Grafted? Because you only have 2,000 points to work with. Yeah, I'm looking at this, and in my head, I think there's more than, at least initially, there's more than one obvious option. When I went through Slaanesh, you know that stream where I made a bunch of army lists? When I went through Slaanesh, I'm like, okay, so I just take all these archers. I just keep taking these archers. Or when I made a list for like Cruel Boys and stuff like that. This one feels like at least sight unseen so far. You could go this way, you can go that way, I'm not sure. It's gonna play like what it should play like, hopefully. I want to see... What's the really important thing? Is there going to be a strategy list? There's essentially, for the most part, there's like two different types of armies. There's armies that people make, and they put stuff in them that makes sense, and the things work together, and all that, right? And then there's the type of army that has a plan. I'm going to choose who goes first, and I'm going to put my stuff like this, and then I'm going to do this and this and this, and then my opponent is just going to have to deal with it because that's very proactively good. And so those are like the two, in my opinion, different like echelons of army list. Army lists that feature stuff that's good, and army lists that have a plan, a proactive plan. And the latter is way better than the first. And this one, I think there's enough in here to have a plan. Maybe it's the deep strike, maybe it's the teleport, maybe it's not. Not sure which unit it is. It looks like you just almost have enough stuff for like, here's a delivery method, here's a plan, let's do it. Interesting. You think the Arc Regent spell is going to swing the win rate up on its own, but everything else in this book is just normal good? Yeah, that one guy. Where is it? Not Abhorrent Deep Strike Man. Not Marrow Herald. Where is it? Oh yeah, the moves after Deep Strike guy. Or sorry, setup. And that works with Deep Strike, it works with Ambush, it works with your half unit return, it works with your regeneration in all your different regeneration ways. That thing seems good. Hey bud, sorry to bother you, but where is the PDF on the Discord? It's in Giga GW News and Leaks channel. If you can't see any of the channels, you didn't read the welcome. It's a filter. It filters out the bots. I have this thing where you read the rules and then you do something, and if somebody doesn't read them, it's clear. Unless you are high sign Burr. Are you high sign Burr? Because that person, I don't know, like an hour ago. It seems like the most recent rule reader. You think he's going to be in every list where people are just playing to win, but outside of that... Oh, CGO Busta, thanks for the 5 gifters, dude. I appreciate it. And now the music picks up. The strings. Thanks for the 5 tier 1s. Landing on some amount of person. Outside of that, I think the book is actually well made and has options for both good and also just fun. A lot of this stuff I need to see it on... I mean, I guess I say this more and more nowadays, but I need to see it on the table. They're making funny points. They're rolling dice to see if they can get funny points. I need to see how many they can get, how quickly, on what types of heroes. There's aberrants, there's courtiers, they do different things. How important is it to have... Like, if you have 2 more hero slots, what if you chose 2 aberrants? What if you chose 2 courtiers? How does that change things? How much regeneration actually are you doing all the time? It's one thing to be like, yeah, this seems good. You know? Like, for instance, yep, they're crypt horrors. Think about all the different buffs we just went over. Yeah, that's a lot of damage for 130, right? But how many of these guys can you regenerate? Every time they're attacked, probably the whole unit is dead, right? And so they come back at half strength. Where do they come back at half strength? Do they move right away? Maybe. How many knights can you regenerate into that unit right away before the next time it fights? 2? 4? You know, it kind of need to see it play out on the table, I think. At least in my opinion. But that's good. Seems reasonable. You approve this book based purely on the idea that there's now an AOS army that can kill you by honking you to death. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, those are technically ranged weapons, so you can unleash hell. Unleash honk, if you will. You can do it. Yeah, call in the clown parade. I guess we'll put the art up. What a nice playlist. A playlist for a 19th century villain scheming against his enemies is the name of the YouTube video, which ended up being a decent one. Well, I was gonna do more. My stream title says "and more." I guess I lied. It took a long time to get through Fleshy Decors. There's a lot of stuff to chew through. You know, a lot of meat on those bones. FEC is just Godric's OST on repeat? Sure. D6 move after they revive is huge. It is huge. K and B? Live clicking, imagine. Anyway, chat. I had a nice 5.5 hours. Thanks for stopping by this Monday. Are FEC and Ogres just two sides of the we like to eat army? There's a lot of armies like to eat, I guess, but yeah. I was thinking a little bit vampires, but not really. You know, they have like blood sucking, I guess, but it's not really eating. You know? I think Flesh Eater Courts is like kind of, didn't it feel kind of ogres all throughout? Maybe that's where the similarity is, or because of the similar theme-ish, we ended up just seeing similar things. I don't know, maybe it was because of that. Because they're both like hungry, we eat cannibals, monsters kind of stuff, right? And so a lot of the rules are going to reflect that. And so there is just, they kind of are like, here's some Mournfang, here's some Stonehorns, here's a bunch of ogres, you know, just twisted and kind of similar rules, I guess. I don't think that's a bad thing. The run to the mortars? You dare? Anyway, thanks for watching. I'm gonna raid somebody, and then I'll set you free. Alright? Thanks for watching. Thanks, Trashomancer. Good name, by the way. Next time I see chat... Damn, will it be another Wednesday? My dudes, only time will tell. Thanks for watching, and stick around, but be nice to whoever I raid, I guess. Thanks for the subs, and the bits and the primes.